of this center, appointed by Garchen Rinpoche, and also of Gardoma in Ohio. He has worked unbelievably, tirelessly, compassionately, patiently to make this center represent its name, the Dharma sunlight. We want to make this center a place of the beacon of light and love. This is the gift of the Tibetan people to the world. His Holiness Dalai Lama has said many times, the greatest gift that the Tibetans can offer to the world is the Buddha Dharma. So we want your participation. Some of you have been very generous. Without the generous benefactors of the center, this would not be possible. So I would really request you, please help us pay off our mortgage. And I'm going to ask Lance to give a little detail of the details of the mortgage and what we owe, but some of you have sponsored the Buddha icons. Your names are there forever, and there have been 157 people have done that. If we can have 300 more people to sponsor one Buddha, we will pay off our debt, as an example. So we have items in the hall. Please, buy those. Those will go off. So we are having a one-pointed aim. First, to pay off this mortgage, so then we can create programs. With your help, with your input, we want you to tell us how we can improve. As we grow, tell Kempo, tell the board how we can improve the programs, how we can be more effective. So, Lance, can you please?
Thank you, Achi. Thank you, everybody, for coming. So, we're here to receive the Dharma. But we're also here to support Drikung Dharma Surya and all the work that Garchen Rinpoche has done. He has been our greatest benefactor over these many, many years. It's been his inspiration that we have this facility, and his continued support that we're able to maintain this facility. So in helping us is helping Garchen Rinpoche. So just so everybody has a clear understanding of what our particular problem is with finances and so on, is we need to pay off our loan we've got about $410,000 left on our mortgage. We started off with over $1 million of a liability that we had, and we've been able, through contributions and so on, been able to pay off all but $410,000. So we have that left. It's due in a few months, or rather in a couple of years, 2020. Excuse me, 2020. So the mortgage could be restructured at that time, but if we do, the interest rate is likely to go up. Right now we're paying 4.75%. If we were to finance it today, it would be 6.5%. To give you another understanding, our monthly payment is about $1,800 a month. And out of that, excuse me, here's Rinpoche. We'll be brief. Thank you, Rinpoche. So I'll be brief to finish this. So our monthly mortgage payment now is about $1,800. And out of that $1,800, $1,200, almost $1,300 goes to interest. So we're only paying about $500 a month towards the $410,000 that we owe as a mortgage. Now, so this is due, this loan is a commercial loan. Although we are a religious organization here, we still cannot qualify for a private loan or anything. It can only be a commercial loan from the bank. And it has to be co-signed by people who will guarantee the loan. So in 2020, that expires, and then we'd have to renegotiate the loan. Our goal is to be able to pay off the mortgage of $410,000. If we can pay off the mortgage in 2020, we have a pledge of $100,000 from an anonymous donor who has pledged to help us with that. But we still need the support of everybody else to do this. So we have a table outside that has many different things. It's got the Buddhas here for $1,000 each that will remain here for perpetuity, that a name can go on each one of the Buddhas. We have a Guru Rinpoche Buddha that used to sit up here that is available, and we have many other Buddhas and books and things that are on the table out there. So we'll be out there to be able to talk to you about this. And this is an endowment that you are making to Drikung Dharma Surya. We are the benefactors already of many endowments by many other peoples from many, many years past. And so we have to continue that for our children and for our children's children. If we don't do this, I'm sorry, it probably won't get done. So please do everything you can. Every little bit helps. So thank you very much for your patience. Enjoy today.
Good morning. So we're going to open a prayer. Page 3. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May the experience of happiness be separate from suffering, and safely I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience. May the experience of happiness be separate from suffering, and safely I will establish them in the state of unsurpassed, perfect, complete, and precious Buddhahood. Dalai Damvara Sebe Da Nobara Sebe Ge Darba Dan Dam Jen Jembe Parada Jubara Seba Dam Je Je So Sebe Manam Gada Nyambe Zemje Damje Dewa Dande Dungarar Dandar Nyorda Lana Meba Yanda Bar Zobe Zanjo Rumboje Tobarza. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and the mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and the mind. From now, this time, tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with the body, speech, and the mind. Te je de sama je je barar de lenga ye ge wa la go ma je barar de lenga ye song ge wa la go. de de re ne zong de nye ma za da zam je bar de le nga ye zong ge wa la go. We take refuge in the kind Ru Lama and the lineage Lamas. Next page. We take refuge in the deity of the mandalas of the Yadams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dhakas, darkness, Dharma gardens, possessors of the eye of wisdom. We take refuge in the kind Ru Lama and the lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deity of the mandalas of the Yadams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the noble. We take refuge in the noble Dhakas, darkness, and the Dhamma gardens, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Tenjen zawa dan je bara je be bara de la mai dam ba na lai jab zen je wo ye dam jen gor je la zo na lai jab zen je wo san je jom den den na lai jab zen je wo dam be je na la jab zen je wo pa be ge den na lai jab zen je wo pa won kan zhou ji zhong song me zo yi xie jie jin dan den bai nam lai jab zen je wo. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the example of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embodied enlightenment in the progress on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, giving birth to bodhicitta, and I apply myself to accomplish stage of the path. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the noble refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the example of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embodied the enlightenment and the progress on the Bodhisattva's path, for the benefit of all sentient beings, giving birth to bodhicitta, and I apply myself to accomplish stage of the path. Sanjo Nyim Bon Ji Je Bar Sanje Nam Lai Jab Zen Je Chu Dan Sanjo Zen Ba Ye So Lai De Yin Jab Zen Je Je Da Reng En Je De Je Je Sanjo Dong Ne Je Ba Dang Sanjo Zen Be La Ba La Te Da Reng Yen Ne Ba Dar Te Yen Do La Ben Don De Sanjo Zen Ne Ji Je Yen Te Yen De Ne La Ba La Ren Bai Yen De La Ba Ra Je. In the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Sanje je dain zo jen jo na la sanjo bar de da ne jab zen je da ge jen zo je be zo nam je ro la ben zer sanje de bar jo. May all Mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have a happiness and the cause of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the cause of suffering. May they never be separate from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all Mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the cause of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the cause of suffering. May they never be separate from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Mai nam ga da nyam be sem je dam je deva da deva jo da dem bar jo je do ngara da do ngara je jo da da war jo je do ngara me be deva da mandra wa jo je Nyeren jada nyeda darve tanyo la ne bar jurje. So now we're going to mandala offering. So first we have to chant the Vajrasava mantra, long one. Om ben zara zado zamaya manu balaya Ben zara zado de bunziyoma
Krishna de do membawa Soto kaya membawa Somo kaya membawa Anurakta membawa Sarva siddhi membrayat
Sarva karma
Sutsame Siddham Shriyam Guru Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Pensamamement Pensambhava Mahasamaya Santo Maya Anampalaya Pensasato Denamba Tishta Dino Membawa Santo Kaya Membawa
Simbangaya Membawa
Anurakta Membawa Sarva Siddhi Membrayatsa Sarva Karma Sutsame
Jiri Yagru Ha 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 Om Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Bandhara Mamya Bandham Bandham
Samaya
Sadova Om Bandhara Sadhu Samaya Manu Balaya Bandhara Sadhu Deno Bandhara Deno Membawa Sundongaya Membawa Zubogaya Membawa Anurada Membawa Sarva Siddhi Membawa Sarva Karma Susamedita Guru Om Bhagavana Zavadadang Manzara Mamya Manzam Bandham Azamaya Nova Jujam Bedo Do Rali Bandi Zanye Lambe Dembova Yendroguanamda Yenduyewa Yongguzo Yonza me zo na la je na za zo de je ni je ja da lo long je na je yong je la la me chu ye ngo do da lo zo ja da wa da je je sha ba da je zo ye rang guo je zo wa ye ge wa jun zhen da ye je za ba dam zhen zo be zhe je wo mong gu ru ra na man da la bun za me Zamunda Zambara Zamaya Zambana Loya Jeda Jedawa Jeju Domo Debaye Jeyang Kolo Gordo
모두 제제된 바 탐제제 바도 바보 소라 저저저 저저 또노다 바도 저 기회게 손으로 저도 저저바 저 출라서 또로 돌려로 가라야 라바달라라도 그 생각나 봐요. 이제 걔는 나야서 안다로 도저전에 들려나가다 마마메라 진짜 가 밤보러 봐자완도 뭐가지고 너무 나와서 내가 오늘 치기에 저거하네 저도 가지고 라셈 주고 무슨 동대배 아싸블람에 잘라서 네 서도 너무 아전다 주진신 나중에 뭐저 질러서 심지도 다녀다 다치나 담바 주지는 더더서 이렇게 넘어서 네 말하면 거기다니 가시셔야 일랑한테 다다 접다른 남들은 바 탐시 잠든지 가다 처음부터 발레 좀게 람거로 바 탐지 되니 다다 좀 사실 뭐지 그 주발에 일랑한테 다다 톱톱이 책대 제발지 이어래 배는 무슨 무슨 미치나 소소 무슨 라사를 좋은 뭐지 야 딱딱 손에 랍지오가 무슨 로요 미치 되게 라운하다 드리디 사이들 람이 죽어르지는 랍자르지 가까이 톱톱이 책대라더니 당황스럽네 디바 들어가는 명령들이 송바스를 합대해서 요래 돈 많이 받아 데르티니 데리다가 주소니 말하려면 그걸 같이 고득 지어와야지.
So, my Dharma friends, and today I'm going to speak about some of the songs, the spiritual songs of realization by Milarepa. And so, first of all, in general, it follows, his teachings follow a graduated path. And all the different graduated paths throughout the 4 different major lineages are the same. There is a path of developing as understanding of karma and death and impermanence, the precious human life and so on. So in that sense, they're all, in all the lineages, the levels of the path are the same. And there's a difference in the words and the experience of the teacher, but the levels are the same. For example, if in terms of experience, if a person is traveling to Lhasa to see the precious Jovo statue, and they actually travel and they actually get there and they see the statue and so on, then that person has an experience of having traveled that path, of having actually gone there. And that the description of such a person will be different than from someone who is just describing things from the perspective of scriptures and not, or words, and not personal actual experience. And so the teachings by Milarepa really are a teaching by a great master, great accomplished master, and they really are they comprise the crucial points of all instructions. And because his teachings are based on actual experience, personal experience, the blessings are much greater. It is very unique. So for this sake, we have prepared a few of Milarepa's songs. So we start the teachings in that green book that you have on page 4 with the precious human body.
Nyava yada toro tang lalo chereng slatang lokta sang je jidong ba kokwa da mo khong je so ti mang de tu yo le so so da we na de le ti tang jo ni ka de yang da so no ma tang na da ber de mang tra so le pe na ko ti me la kang ge de tang mang bo yo le te do sam le sa la yu le che yo ma le ti yang da so no da na ma tang de ro ni da ta nyam de yo le 마다 들어오냐 됐죠. 진짜로 속차 차 저거 샘다. 그 소소가 샘다. 너 맞지 봐리 대화도 봤던 것도 봐. 제일 싸움하다면 되게 소소 무지들이 또 정말 속차 치차라. 이 시와를 합당 총화동 들이들이 좀에 봐다 요사에시. 들이들이 플라파스 들어오지는 문에잖아요. 담배를 공부를 te ko jada kai te po de samo ta no te le te yang ta ya de ta bo ko te gom samo ta ni te ni se lo o te re samo le te ni te se lo so chi me ko ta mo cho yo ma te ta do ni ko di gira che de am kun bo re
So it begins it says, to escape from the 8 non-freedoms is hard, as it is to gain the human form, free and opportune. So those 8 states of non-freedom, there's 8 different kinds of states or kinds of birth where one lacks freedom. And we have all heard much about those 8 states. Many of my Dharma friends and most of the Buddhists have heard a lot about, have received many teachings on that. Those 8 unfree states, in brief, are the hell realms, the hungry spirits, the animals, being born as a barbarian or a long-lived god, or someone holding wrong views, or the sense faculties incomplete, or a place where the Buddha has not appeared. So we have all heard much about these 8 unfree states, but then also from my personal experience, we really have to, we cannot just leave it with that. We have to actually reflect on that again and again. We need to think about, reflect upon the difficulty to find such a precious human body. Normally, we would just think that there are so many people, there's too many people in this world. And within that human realm, we can witness a lot of suffering, a lot of hardship. And so seeing it in this way also shows that we have not really actually understood the preciousness, the difficulty to attain a precious human life. So to understand it really, we need to reflect on it over and over again. For example, we reflect on the humans and the animals who live together in this world. when we look at the animals, for example, there is a great variety. Some are very small, some are very large, but their mind is all the same. Even a tiny little insect, their mind and your mind is exactly the same. And they want to be happy and they do not want to suffer, and that we share in common. And so some appear very large, like mountains, and some like little particles. And then there is also those who don't even have a body. And so especially, for example, when we look at the numbers of animals, we can see how rare it is to find a precious human body. And so this is how I have reflected when I was very young, for example. And so this is how we first gain an understanding. But then we need to continue to cultivate this understanding, reflect on it, until an actual feeling arises in your mind that this is how it really is. So it's not enough to just leave it with an understanding, but it also needs to be really internalized, that how difficult it is to find the precious human body. Because it is so difficult, we say that it is rare, it is hard to find.
생각하는 것들 이다 잡고 제가 라니들 야와 잡고 메도 사원도 라드를 찍대 드레이가 되지나다고 야와는 세상이 참만 냠도 와리 상태이 참만 냠도 되신 감리지 베테는 그때 상태가 최종 집타더니 들이 미나데 사실 뉴몬 받아 상태 이 시티원 주마에 베테 대도용 주마 베테다가 될때는 이 파트들이 답변이 가봐고는 써놓았던 것 같아요. 그리고 시제 토고요네. 주로는 그때 써놓았다나 이렇게 돼서 고아찰 샤리지 되는 이 말을 해줄 주인공을 말이 즉하고 필요해요 말이 저게 알랑 가고요네. 다른 갈래가 최고나요. 이렇게 저게 머리가 와인 생긴 답들 배보다 되면 싸모르다 대가랑을 패리고 마늘에 장 알아서 저게 답변이 가와인 지금 문제게 인공을 내좀 되게 세면이 뭐지 어디 답변랑게 담아서 원다 처음부터 뒤고 소태서 뒤에서 뭐지 뒤로 되는 게 봐. 근데 차나 그때가 답변이 하고 딱 필요하고 세면 내 밭에서 랩나 옆으로 그랬지.
So then the way it is explained in the scriptures, how we reflect on the difficulty of finding a precious human body is by reflecting on its causes, reflecting on numbers, illustrations, and its essence. And among these, personally, I found it most beneficial to reflect on the causes and also numbers, and especially the numbers. For example, if we compare the numbers of animals and humans in this world, then we can really see very clearly how few human beings there actually are. And when you see this contrast, then finally a feeling will arise within you. And so then we see this difference between animals and humans. So what causes this difference? There is a cause of that. There are the beings living in the hell realms, the hungry spirits, the animals. Who has created those places? How is one born there? So first of all, a kind of a doubting mind arises, like that, a wondering mind. You wonder about it. So when you think about the numbers first, then you compare the numbers of humans and animals. And then you ask, so how then do animals come into existence? Why are there animals? Animals are the natural manifestation of ignorance. Or Jigten Sumgön also said it is a dull mind of torpor. Again, a dull kind of state of mind. And so also then, moreover, each of the 5 afflictive emotions is somehow combined with each other, or 6 afflictive emotions. So there is a great variety of different forms of afflictions. And as a result of that, there is a great variety of different kinds of suffering. There is the suffering of poverty and heat and cold and hunger and thirst and being abused and hurt and so on. And so the animals now are a manifestation of primarily ignorance. And so what is ignorance? It really is a lack of understanding of karma and being only preoccupied with the concerns of this life. And also that is what we people do. Day and night we only strive for the activities, the benefit of this life. And the same thing is what animals do. For example, ants, little insects. Day and night they run about busily, picking up little pieces of rocks and wood and so on, and trying to make a living. Actually, that mental imprint is exactly the same. It just manifests in a different way because there is a difference in the merit or the cause that has been created. So humans have greater merit. They have engaged in more actions that are motivated by love and compassion, and therefore they experience greater happiness as humans and gods. And then the animals experience less well-being because their love and compassion is much more limited. They have some limited compassion, but the ignorance in their minds is much stronger, is predominant. So this is how we reflect on this, that ultimately we really are the same. Our mind really is exactly the same. We wish for the same things. We wish to be happy, and we do not wish to suffer. So as you reflect in this way, really a feeling arises from the bottom of your heart. How would it be if I'm born as such an animal? And when you really think about it, an unbearable feeling arises. And that is when finally fear arises in your mind. For example, when you think about some very harmful animals in this world that cause a lot of harm, for example, there is poisonous snakes or scorpions and so on. Why does one animal take birth in such a body? For example, in the human world, there is a lot of people that are angry. So people justify their anger. And then when you tell them your anger is actually very bad, it is very destructive, then they wonder why, because they feel justified to be angry, and they feel that it is necessary to be angry. So they continue to engage in actions that are motivated by a mind of anger. And as a result of that, when they take birth in the future, they are born as such an animal that again causes harm to others, like a poisonous snake or a scorpion. And when we encounter one of those animals, for example, then even if we don't want to kill them, we almost have to kill them. And actually, who is the one killing the scorpion? It's almost like the scorpion is killing itself through the force of its own karma. It is because in a previous life, that being has engaged in actions that are motivated by anger. And now, wherever that being goes, it is bound to cause harm, and therefore people are afraid and try to kill it. So, on the other hand, there is animals that have a greater degree of love and compassion, and they manifest in a completely different way. For example, like a bird that is very beautiful, has a beautiful voice, or other pet animals like dogs and cats that people like to keep at home and care for them. That is a different animal existence. So to whatever extent love has arisen in the mind, to that extent there will be an experience of happiness. So we talk about suffering and the causes of suffering. The ultimate cause of suffering is ignorance. And from ignorance, the other afflictive emotions arise, and we accumulate karma, we engage in action. So when you think about it in terms of causes and numbers, then you will be able to turn away from negative karmic actions. You will be able to understand the fault is within your own afflictive emotions. And that being the case, it is your own afflictive emotion then that leads to birth in those miserable states of existence. For example, a hungry spirit is the natural manifestation of greed or stinginess. It's just the essence of greed is a hungry spirit. And the natural manifestation of anger is birth in hell. It is just its nature. It is just like the seed of a flower is bound to grow naturally into a certain kind of flower. And then what we call the hell realm is the place where all those angry beings live together. And then what we call a pure land is that place where all those beings with love and compassion stay together. So there is just a difference in the degree of love and compassion or affliction that we all have cultivated. And so in the human world, we have both. We do have some love and compassion. We also have many afflictions. And so therefore, we experience both happiness and suffering in this existence. So if you think about the difficulty of finding a precious human body in this way, real trust real belief will arise in your mind. So my Dhamma friends, if you reflect on it in this way, you will really gain an understanding. So it's something that you cannot just let be with, I have understood that, I know that, but you also need to really think about it, contemplate it. And so therefore, how you should apply it to your daily life is that in the morning, when you wake up, normally it is very difficult for us to get up in the morning. And we don't want to get up, we don't want to go to work and so on. So the first thing you should bring to mind as you wake up in the morning is, actually I have found a precious human body that is so difficult to find. I must use this day to do my best to benefit sentient beings and to make them happy. Then you recite maybe a few Mani mantras and take like an aspiration, be determined today I'm going to benefit beings. And then this is how you should start your day. And throughout the day, then you should reflect on karma, cause and effect. And that means that you should recognize all your afflictive emotions and purify your mind as they arise. And in the evening, as you go to sleep, you should reflect on the impermanence of this life, death and impermanence. So this is how you should actually begin to establish some practice in your life from today on. This is what you should do each and every day. And actually, a sign that someone really has internalized the difficulty of finding a precious human body is that that person will go about their activities with a determination to benefit other sentient beings. So they will have this strength of mind, this courage of mind to benefit others, to do their best.
그래서 당직권이 딴 영화들 문이 용어다 하고네 또 저기서 소설 적거든 저 사족템 사바다 유지래가 총화열이 세 총화라 때리다가 또는 물론 호체데 처처럼나 때리 연구래 이는 뭐가 지들이 이는 이제 방어 때문에 처처럼나 때리 물려서 이 이제 삼세미리나 네가 마음도 거기 저거를 삼았던 거래 저거를 공성을 들이 세디지 루땅에 당정이 보내 바까 들이 대화디 체디 대화디 루땅 다 강에 무슨 다 소제는 이제 강으로 던 거예요. 그래서 주바건 타고요 말에 들이 주방 고민단 관계 삼제에 답고 지안데 삼제들이 타박을 제연바 내가 토리다 타독 사제 공부도 제연바 신나 들이 나니 소리면 성관인데 삼제에 답고 지안에 들이 주방 공부도 주방 공부고 말이지 내기 루땅디나 다 주방 기회로 주도 베자세는 누지 상전에 진짜다 송지 삼제기 이제네 그러지 주방은 그래서 주방 가서 주방 다시마다 밀라레파 따버리 콘크리트도 가서 지네 다 버려 샘진이 돈다 밀라레파게 이렇게 샘당 주방 사족적으로 주방 따버리래 대답하면 소소치 토리성 공방을 텁텁한 마음바람을 텁텁하 대답을 써먹다가 다들 담도님 볼이 바까지 주방은 좋고요 말이지
Yeah, we're skipping a few lines. Okay. So in brief, first of all, to summarize the first few verses. Now, when we look about it in terms of numbers, we can understand how few human beings there are. And then in terms of causes, which is actually principle, the cause of taking birth as a precious human being is bodhicitta. It is love and compassion. And now we can see that the actions in our day-to-day life rarely are they motivated by love and compassion. And even if it is not very powerful love and compassion. And so the cause of birth as a human being mainly is to observe morality or ethical discipline. And morality means to not harm other beings. So the essence of morality is to entirely give up harming others, and that is the cause for taking birth as a precious human being. And so then giving up harming others, we establish a foundation of love. And then from love, then come all the other good actions like generosity and so on. So these are all the causes for then taking birth as a precious human being. And then when we look about the causes that we ourselves create, we can understand how it is so rare to find a precious human birth. And so then in verse number 4, then it says, to renounce the pleasures of this life is hard, as it is to make full use of the gem-like human body. So to renounce the pleasures of this life, that is, what that really means is that we consider ourselves as most important, and with a selfish mind, we harm others. We are not able to practice patience. So in order to attain a state of liberation, we must sustain love, and love can only be sustained if we are also patient. That is the cause of liberation. And so that is also the cause of temporarily taking birth in the higher realms and ultimately attaining enlightenment. And that is really the essence of the 37 practices. We need to sustain love, and we sustain it with a mind of patience. But we cannot sustain it. Most of us are unable to practice patience. So that is what is meant here with renouncing the pleasures of this life. It's hard. It is hard to practice patience. In the 37 practices, it says, to those who desire the treasures of virtue, all those who do harm are like a precious treasure. So you practice patience on the basis of a mind of love. And Milarepa is someone who had perfected the practice of patience. And it is due to the great hardships that he endured in his practice that still now, up until the present day, many sentient beings benefit from his teachings. They still remain. So for ourselves, we have obtained a precious human body, and in order to now use this precious human body to attain the state of liberation, we must practice patience. We must develop love that is protected by patience. But most of us are unable to do that. It's difficult to cultivate patience. So that is what is meant here with to renounce the pleasures of this life is hard.
담들 행복이 봐야 멀리 톱이 가리는 거를 멀리 톱이 용기 가려야 되네. 랑들 그 시합요입니다. 데리들 랑들들이 어체지 지지고 쪼래. 체지 지지고 쪼래 데리는 차단 모습을 내마고 사서나 데리들이 딱 미속সম나 시당 세나 차도 되라서 봐 미속고 이제 여기야 하고네 딱 행복인 거는 오 마음과는 너를 멀리서 톱고지 사제가 마음을 멀리서 톱구나 오 나기 제 같은 나기 냐바서노도 정말 오가 마음과는 멀리서 톱고는데 나기 냐바서노도 그렇게 나기 냐바서노도 틈들인 적이요 그래서 대답하더니 담겨 행복을 삼재를 걷고요 그 삼재를 걷더라 그리 Sometimes I'm something we want in the rubber, Joram, Tassum, so good. Then tell a dollar dying, Yapa, something, Natalie, Takioret, and Donna Nimbo, she was at that. Murder Tommy, that's the water sunny carrying a country. Oh, 잡으려는 약고 차고리 선일로 큰 탑라 다 마음과는 소리서 걸려 탑탑고요 했어.
And so then it says to make, in the next line, as it is to make full use of this gem-like human body. So to make full use, or to really find a meaning in this life, or to really find the essence of this life, this is how we think about it. First, we have obtained a precious human body, but how can we make it meaningful? As a human being, we possess discriminating awareness, and with this awareness we know what to do and what not to do, a discerning awareness. And if we do not use this intelligence, but only are concerned with the happiness of this life, our own happiness, then we will accumulate a lot of karma motivated by anger and attachment and ignorance. As a result of that, we have created the causes of taking birth in the 3 lower realms. Anger, greed, and jealousy are the causes for taking birth in the 3 lower realms. So understanding that, we are able to make best use of this life. And that is to think that in the future, at least I want to find another precious human body, even if I'm not immediately attaining enlightenment. So that is, even if you are not able to put others before yourself, consider others as more important than yourself, at least you should equalize self with others. That is, that at least you should treat others the way you also want to be treated. And that is at least one way to attain a precious human body. So if you're at least able to do that, it is sufficient. So to make use of this life, making this life useful is that later you must be able to bring with you a mind of love and compassion. And in terms of cultivating bodhicitta, there is 3 different levels of developing bodhicitta: higher, middling, and lower. But at the very least, you should be able to equalize self with others, treat others the way you want to be treated. And then to make best use of this life is that at the time of death, you should die with a mind of love and compassion, wishing happiness to all beings in the world. And if you're able to bring with you that mind of love and compassion, then in the future you will again find a body in the 3 higher realms.
지금 고바 같은 얘기랑지 옛날양 수정 통투고요 말했더니 고바 같다 단지니 봐. 다 진지를 론디 늘지를 고와요고요래. 수정 통투고요 말이 배가장 이 통투들이 다 사지 고마트고요래. 까버리스 양이 되버터바가 양이 되나다. 너나 이노상고래 이노상 사바 세미 받기는 이제 세미 받기는 이제 세미 받기는 다진이 매와 통들이 다진이 매만들이 남이 또 시작도네 이런 코바라 타고 요래 이 하정하고 그래서
So it says before, to realize the sorrows of samsara and to seek nirvana is difficult. To realize the sorrows of samsara, actually it is something no one can really see, the suffering of samsara. The root of samsara is self-grasping. It is this self-cherishing mind that creates samsara. And no one is able to see that. When one is able to see that, one attains the state of enlightenment. So that is why it is so difficult. And how we attain that, to seek nirvana, is that first we must cultivate a wish to care for others. You first develop immeasurable love. And then from immeasurable love comes immeasurable compassion. And then finally, you will realize that self and other are non-dual. So you realize selflessness. And then realizing that, you become free from samsara. And that is very difficult.
얘는 니래다 옷가버리지 요인가 말이 니존나 까양까지 제장사서 온 거요. 니라 소소 기타 차르듯이나 다소 사기고 막 도쳐야 그래서 오늘 기타 총총전 납치 못 차고요. 인중 밑에 기타 강조났더니 다소 사기고 막 도고 서는 네 사촉선들이 통고스도 성번에 타가 들이지내서 지발세 깜짝 서기와요네 습지 탐지 사제 태바체 인사는 다그체 맞게 기상하잖아들이 이 사제 저런 로고요 대사가 살았던 거래 뭐 저때 다속 사제 살아 참아 생각을 해서
So then you might think it is so difficult and almost, in a way, impossible or hopeless. But that also is not the case. There is also like a way around that. So it is difficult, but also there's a skillful way to accomplish it. And that is, even if you practice just the slightest, smallest virtue, if you dedicate it for the enlightenment of all beings, then even the slightest virtue increases and becomes a vast virtue. And that is why it is so important to cultivate bodhicitta, wishing for the enlightenment of all, no matter what slight virtue you practice. In the Three-Heap Sutra, it is taught that the virtue of Chenrezig offering just a spoonful of food to an animal, that is immense, and because it is dedicated for the benefit, the enlightenment of all sentient beings, and without any selfish concern at all. And therefore it becomes the cause of enlightenment. So therefore, whatever you do, the motivation, the goal you should hold in mind is that of the ultimate enlightenment of all sentient beings.
잘았단 주점나양 특히 남다도 바까 들이다가 같이 다들랑 그 답을 줄에 봤지 그런 대다시 레드베 하고는 사실 양설이 두고다가 특히 넘버다 봐도 가진 좀나 상부요래 아전 좀 가보요 일랑 된 좀나 다다랑 비고 까막나 조금 시커러들이라고 이빈가 로티 랑 당호 코브등에서 다디디 바시 대처럼 답바시 이빈 로케션은 일 핀바 일 핀신이 와서 랑 피바 하고네 들이 딱 와들이 만약에 샘지 섬들 핀고 선 로디 제네 들이랑 점이 kokap 상보로 방과 톱나 뭐라 잘 맞아 되다 까만 조금만 들이랑 그 라가 좋아 좀 들이 말아도 진나고 이 세네들이 여기가 뒤통거려야지 다때는 좀 바꿔보래 마음걸 좀 바꿔보려 되잖아요 까나들이 쭉 참매봐 까만 조금만 들이 마음같이 내가 제는 데도 엄마는 비명을 걸 못했다는 하대봐 로케리 같이나 카드가 되는 게 대북이 와라 발맞이 받지나 코르사와 탐지 와라 저터바데 담아 제거했어.
And then it says, out of 100 seekers of Bodhi, it is hard to find one who may attain the pure and favorable conditions. So now we are as Buddhist practitioners, we have a devotion to the Dharma. And we also have some understanding of suffering and of karma. And also we want to engage in practice, but often people think, now when am I going to have all the conditions met in order to engage in practice? And so if you think in this way, it seems very difficult for all of these conditions to actually ever come together. And so therefore, it is important actually to practice right here and right now, whenever you have time, not waiting for the conditions to come together. So if you have an empty minute or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, use this time to develop an altruistic mind. So first of all, bring to mind the suffering of samsara, and that the root of that suffering is self-grasping, which is like an ice block. And then it is altruism that destroys this ice block. Then you cultivate an altruistic mind, knowing that this is to my own greatest benefit. And with that mind, then you practice virtue. For example, you recite the Mani mantra with a wish to benefit sentient beings. So this is how you use your time to practice. And then in the future, you might find an opportunity to actually engage in practice, but even if not, you can use any empty moment for practice. If you just have a few minutes, you can spin a prayer wheel or recite the Mani mantra. When you wake up from sleep at night, immediately think of a virtuous practice like the Mani mantra, and in this way you habituate to virtue. So this is how you should actually practice continuously and without distraction, no matter what you do. When you're working, doing your job, you can still recite Om Mani Padme Hum verbally. Or when you're driving your car, you can recite the mantra. If you're doing physical labor activities, you can, with your mouth, you can still continue to recite various recitations or mantra. And if you are able to do that, then even samsaric activities actually can become the practice of the Dharma, virtuous practice. So that is the instruction given here. And then it says, slight is the chance to meet a compassionate guru who knows the traditional and expedient inner teachings. No, it is said in the scriptures that that ideally, a spiritual teacher, should analyze, investigate the disciple first, and also the disciple should first analyze or examine the guru. However, now we are in a different time, in times of degeneration. So if we apply this nowadays, it will be very difficult for any Lama who examines their disciples to find any qualified disciple. And likewise, it would be very difficult to find a qualified Lama for a disciple who really examines. So what are we supposed to do now in the present day? Now, when we rely on a guru and a lama, we need to treat the guru's words, the teachings, as most important. The teachings are authentic teachings on the Dharma. There is no lama who doesn't teach on karma and love and compassion. And then what is the result of having received those teachings? It is that we must develop a mind of love and compassion. And so that all of the teachers share in common. But if we only try to examine them in terms of certain qualities, it will be very difficult to find someone qualified nowadays. Now the way we should treat it is not observing not their faults, but looking at their teachings. What teachings do they explain? And so now it is said that we should not look at the faults of others, and we should not look at our own good qualities. So when we begin to see the faults of a guru, a teacher, when we criticize and we try to find their faults, then we will give rise to wrong views and many doubts, and in the end, we are the ones who will be obscured. On the other hand, if we see the other person's qualities, then we will also acquire these qualities. So we should never look at their faults and never look at our own good qualities. Even between friends, not just in terms of teachers, even between companions, between friends, if we always look at each other's fault, in the end we will only separate. If we look at each other's qualities, then we will sustain love and we will remain in harmonious relations. And that will even be beneficial just in this life. So in terms of the spiritual master, now again, we should therefore not examine their faults, but should consider their words, their teachings, as most important.
Lama Gilshin Tantica, Romy Junamato, Romy Dito, Gissin Kitchen Bunny China, something much ability, a couple of the Gita Tona Yomari, then Jabidoma Tintic Langson, Jabdo Saki Loss on Roma di Udishibori, Roma Yontin Tagore, Lama Gilshin Tantica.
And then a sincere and faithful disciple with ability to practice Dharma is most rare. And so that is now addressing the guru, who also should not criticize their disciples too much. So for example, if a disciple just gives rise to an instant, one moment of faith, then the guru should think that is really inconceivable, that is incredible, because that virtue of this moment of faith will not be lost even after many aeons have passed. Or for example, if they take the refuge vow, or if they just recite one refuge prayer, that is an incredible, great quality. So this is how teachers should regard their disciples.
대 마음벌을 뭐람 잘 다다랑 가나 되나 되니 다리 공시 봐야 되더니 다다 저도 딱 그런 자주 겁나더니 랑게 낭나까니 다른 냠미 제고 가만히 냠미 되나 되니 이마 찍을 코나 니를 코나더니 럭보래 마음벌 때다가 집어도 터고서 이거야 요 말에서 상상들래.
Then it says, to find a temple without fear and commotion is most hard. So you might that is in terms of your place of practice, the practice place. So you might have this aspiration of going to a mountain hermitage or a monastery, an isolated place where you can practice, and you wish to be at such a place. You can make your prayers to go to such a place in the future, but right now you still have to practice wherever you are, as we mentioned before. Use any empty time to practice. For example, if you have an hour or like a tea break and so on, you are at home, wherever you are, however much time you have, you can use that to practice. For example, if you have a day or two free, you can use this time to do some retreat. So you should not just have hopes of at some point in the future finding this isolated place of practice, but you should practice wherever you are right now.
ngay churuk de yapon sana yo mari 강리 소주 강 냠들이나 또 냠데스는 잡을게 churuk 탑들 핀바 요래 그런 가리는 거죠 레게 들선 탑바지 탑락해 바지 이렇게 추시 바지 셈조래 너는 무슨 남바 사집이 인피로 사바체미 바지 조이 그래서 조바 삼티스 조바냐 조이 이상 그때 당시 중용지 저틀 그리 저기나 냠들 그 바셔나 그때 당시 주베데 제거레스.
Then to find a congenial companion whose views, practice, and school agree with you is rare. And that's actually very important nowadays, because nowadays there's a great variety of different religions that have spread in the world. And even within one family home, the family members may practice different religions. And now what we should not do is to grasp at our own, cling to our own religion as the correct one, holding on to only our religion. So we actually should see that all of the religions in the world must coexist, and they all are beneficial. They all have beneficial aspects. And one follows whichever religion one has a karmic connection to from previous lives. So with skillful means, therefore, you should try to be in harmony, exist in harmony with all the other religions. And the Dharma actually mainly is a practice of the mind. And especially as a Buddhist practitioner, what is most important for us as Buddhist practitioners is to develop a mind of love and compassion and patience. And if you have that, then you are able to even transform faults into good qualities. So it is important to respect all the other religions and to also use it as a way to practice patience.
나도 차와 빵빠에 꼴도 벌리고 가서 네 하자 가르쳐요. 다 냐도 레베가니 가시 저들 레가 제송들 그냥 소고요 뭐 레가는 고셔서 다들 다 비셔 터고 산들이 냐미 제버거는 이 원나를 가사간 나그래 들면 내가 터지 처리고요. 제가 샘더 루이 송선네 그걸 소고요. 지가들이 다 나사다 동안 다니시고 날 사실 좀 거거든요. 잡는 것들 나사지 동네지 소소 동네 강에 나사가리나 니도 나사지 당시 참가이 다 되는데 나사 동네 대체 냠닝이 자세 고자세 이제로 디들들 검절을 다 저기들 동네 됐다고 동네 시바 됐다고 그래서 탐색들이 참이지 가리 참여물에서는 참여물에 배나 사과들이 세미제 직발이 농의 직발이 농의 직발한테 편성들이 탐색이 참고 되게 배나들이 사바는 일을 공나 되게 유모바 탐지 좀 뭐래 배나 세당당 차도대라 송 조명거리 그 요런지 추구들이 배나 거 유몽 독성들 감성 생긴 거는 네 여러 치고니 봤다 그래 들이 사빠가 봤다면 생기 탐색고는 양도 요래 무엇들이 저기 팽이월 저 내가 듣고 요래 내가 동네 땅에 줘봐고 들이 냥설이 속다 냥설인 거래.
And then it says, to attain a body without pain and sickness, able to endure hard practice is difficult. So that is actually also extremely important. And so it is, this pain and sickness and so on is something often we are not even aware of this point. Constantly we are very busy, and we are only preoccupied with the concerns of this life. Our whole mind goes there in making money and doing things for this life. And then we get sick, and our head hurts, and we feel pain everywhere. We feel uncomfortable everywhere. And that is because the mind is so much identified with the body, so these feelings arise. So what we need to develop here is a toleration and acceptance of the pain and the suffering that we experience, and use it as a way to develop bodhicitta. So you think that there is so much more suffering and pain in this world, and by experiencing this pain, may I become like a representative of all of the sentient beings who experience such suffering. May I experience it on their behalf. So in this way, you practice with the sickness and the suffering and the pain. You meditate, and you think that this is the suffering of all sentient beings. And this is what we call suffering. Suffering is like that. And I take it on their behalf. But now the question arises, can we really take it on? Can we really take on the suffering of others? You can, because the basis of our mind is the same. Our suffering is the same. And since there is only a single basis of mind, your altruistic mind that wishes to benefit them will pervade them. If you give rise to love and compassion, the afflictive emotions in your mind will diminish. The anger and the jealousy and so on will diminish. And so all the sentient beings in samsara are suppressed by the large mountain of their three poisons, the afflictive emotions. And since all beings are one, if you eliminate your own afflictive emotion, at least to some extent, then to that extent, the burden on all sentient beings will become somewhat lighter, and you're actually benefiting them. And you're also creating your own happiness. So what this is to say is that you must you must practice in order to develop patient acceptance of whatever suffering or pain arises.
냠리 남부치도 동해기 이보인송 나다다 동해 지금 요구 저런도 봐야서 동해시 바다다 똥리시반들이 연구열이 제 종합방에 양이 나와배는 대화들 보면 대화한테 삼치 sep지 삼치에도 톱수 강성 sep지 삼치 대화한테도 토발소송 대화 지어갈 때 그거는 들으신 것만 줘봐 시험만들이 대화가 좀 봐. 그래서 나타났다 동네 강조한테까는 동네시 받을 무슨 초크요래 초와요 볼까는 네 토르들이 감성 sep지 동네시 받 받으려는 말이 들랑 뒤참이 사람들이 되게 리바트들이 가방만 그때 받다크요래 동네시 받을 무슨 대화감이 방어 왔다 동네까지 철 땅들이 봐 되게 나타 자양 토크요래 그렇게 반짝해서 오나 되게 우강진 조랑 나타 독자 되게 독고요 말때 뇽거리 대뇽하고 돈이 오는들이 자요래 마음거리 거기 주줄래야 나사테 매와 되는 자요래 네 그게 뭐요래.
So the practice of the Dharma, the purpose of practicing the Dharma is that the Dharma is an antidote to suffering. There's a way to eliminate suffering by actually taking on the suffering of others. There's a practice called Donglen, where you're giving away your own happiness and you're taking on the suffering of others. And so Jetsung Kappa, for example, had taught that when you experience a happiness, then you should think, may all sentient beings in the 3 realms of samsara receive this happiness. And you would make this happiness an offering to the higher beings like the Buddhas, and you would make it an act of generosity to sentient beings in samsara. And then whenever you experience suffering and illness and so on, when you have an actual experience, feeling of pain and suffering, then you should think that all sentient beings in the 3 realms of samsara suffer. There's only one suffering. We all suffer in the same way. And therefore I will represent them by experiencing this suffering. And if you think in this way, you're actually purifying aeons of obscurations. So when we practice Donglen, we are dedicating or giving away our happiness to others, and we are taking on the suffering of others. And actually it is said that through this practice, it is even possible to cure your own illnesses. For example, Lord Jigten Sumgön, when he was alive, he contracted leprosy, which was the worst illness at that time in Tibet. And he practiced Donglen and was completely cured of it in the future. And it is actually said that as a result of that, all of the followers of his Dharma lineage will never contract this particular illness.
대남 탐지는 좀 나요. 제진 암설이 바꿔서 가시를 대다고 혼자 쓰는 자기 탐지는 좀 되거나 다치거는 암설이 맨날 들이 사이버들이 지갑이 다 말은 됐다고 탐지는 좀도 좀도 당연히 냠이 제고서 그들이 냠이 좀 쳐보지고 그래서 내려가면 죽었대 가양 가대 제장 차성을 까보이나 이 매직대 까지도 죽어서 좋지 다 됐다고 그래.
Then it says, even when you have fulfilled all these conditions, it is still hard to concentrate on meditation. So there are some individuals who, as a result of a lot of merit created in the past, have all the conditions complete to engage in practice. But then often still, they do not engage in practice. They are distracted by the demon of the son of the gods, the distractions of this life. So in this case, you should think that actually I have all the criteria necessary to practice. And now I must make an effort, a great diligent effort to engage in practice. And then it says, these are the 9 hard conditions. However formidable and exacting they may be, with determination and practice one can conquer them. So these are all very difficult to practice, these 9 conditions. But in any case, we must practice in this way, by all means. We must practice according to the instructions that were given before.
안랑 쪽발이노 안랑 쪽발이 저마다 바꾸기는
Ngapa mare?
쪽발
Tukpare.
뭐야 도서
Ngapa mare? Tukpa. The Rinpoche asks us to turn to page 6. Ngapa mare? Tukpa. Tukpa answer. Ngapa answer. So Rinpoche will speak on impermanence next.
라마티서 사제제 샤플런드 저들이 다다다 라마 교신에 참지라 애들이 물리지나 용티 사제권다 냠나야 같은 사제권을 싹바지 문에 자는 것들이 권초 선거단이 개념바 답지 하셨다 쳐버리 들이 사지 고속 들이 여기 보다 마보요나야 개신이 그거 또 맞지는 들이 무슨 냠스리 타고요 말이 대회는 들이 다다 저거 즉시 컵내 저거 개신이 답지 꼭 견딘 송담주 독사지 톡들이 빠졌더니 다 산지가 개신이 거를 산지를 점점 잠자 상 대서 방법을 되게 소소들이 랑가 보고 접촉을 문제로 쓰는 타고 말이 시합지가 말이 이 lok다다 태토들이 샘때 메롱을 하다 와야는 지금 내가 차로 요래 다낭되게들이 참아 파메롱 약속하게도 다 하네 이 샘싸고 차오나 이 종통이 용기는 통로 요래 빼나 상하다 와야나 데이터들이 소소들이 lok다서 태tom들 방고에 들더라 라마 개비신이 답지 문이 있고 견디 송답지 톡상지래 톡상지 문이 상지래 대 임발에 발시바 강리되나 라마 개비신이 샘도 먹고 샘기 탐지 도로 속차 탐지 샘제 상제래 샘기 넘는 상제니 있어 상제를 서하나 봐 이요 말이 강리 상제시바 샘이 샘싸마싸 장제를 사지 차송을 샘속 빠트를 샘지 차래 변사 주는 저도 서적 통속을 말아 추철가 지속하는 최송 변는 것을 자사고 맞아요 것을 통구요래 진상 축세다 최송 직접 말이버도 이제들 지금 보소 되게 습지설 사지 습지 남는 사진이 있어 되게 고아싸지들은 잡을 줄고 소리 좀 삼 그래서 소리 내 봐서 습지 탐지했더니 사제에 받았더나 들라마 개신이지 센트 문에 장에 사제리 사제 습을 가래 다 산쪽 습지 탐지 피고서 로티요래 오 습지 탐지 생막 습지바 여발 코소 문에 장에 자롱라고 자롱 촉가자고 데르티니 사제니 지게는 그 사제 죽을 롱골 죽고 베레들 다다 로아를 좀 죽고 공수요래 참아 네 죽고 강리들 심지 사제 여발들 내가 유몽 독서 지네 유몽 독서 지네 미 송섬 로아를 올라서 봐 차송지 대다와 하고 오 소수샘들 사제들 라마 개비신 샘도 사제를 루인삼이 근데 뭐지래 그 소대다들 요래 참아 오늘도 포인트 지내서 뭐니 지금 좀 무슨 쌈이 그래서 하다와는 대통령 말이지 지내서 좀 아시 잡아봐도 가까스한 거 말이 너는 사촉점 살아오나들이 사촉점부터 봐지 들로와를 두고 가고 싶거나 들 라마 개비신이 탑재들이 톱사지 권초수가 뒤집어 참고요래 대답을 시나들이 라마티선 사지를 잘라도서
So we are on page 6, and it says, I pay homage to the gracious Guru, the essence of all Buddhas, said 3 times. So it is said elsewhere that the Guru's qualities are equal to the Buddhas, but the Guru's kindness exceeds even that of the Buddhas to us. The Guru is like an embodiment of the 3 jewels, but of the 3 jewels, really the most precious is the Sangha, all the Sangha. And that is because even if you have Buddha statues and many scriptures of Buddha's teachings, if you do not have a teacher that explains these to you, you will not know how to engage in practice. And so, therefore, the teachers, the spiritual teachers, are the embodiment of the 3 jewels. The Guru's body is the Sangha, the speech is the Dharma, and the mind is the Buddha. And especially, the mind is the Buddha. Because when we just look at the body, the physical manifestation of a guru, a Buddha, then we may see them perform all kinds of miracles, and that may give rise to doubts in our mind. And these doubts then obscure our own mind. And if our mind is obscured by doubts, then wisdom cannot arise. And then it is just like these wrong views and doubts in our mind have clouded our mind, just like when you're a mirror that has become like kind of hazy, and so you can't see. So you have you've blown with your breath on the mirror, and then you cannot see anything clearly. And if you have a pure perception, it is just like the mirror is cleared away of all this fogginess. And then if you see things in a pure way, you are able to even see faults as good qualities. And that is the actual view of the secret mantra. So we need to give up these wrong views and doubts by cultivating a pure perception. And we do that by seeing the Guru as an embodiment of the three jewels. So the body is the Sangha, the speech, the Dharma, and the mind is the Buddha. And the mind is actually in the Buddha. So how can we understand that? It is, first of all, we say that the mind of all beings, of gurus, of sentient beings, of animals, of humans, and so on, has a single basis. We all have the same mind. The Buddha himself had said, all beings are actually Buddhas. So ultimately, there is no discrimination between Buddhist or non-Buddhist, inner or outer. Because what we call Buddha is the mind. It is the completely pure, clean, the pure state of mind. That is what we call Buddha. And the polluted, defiled mind is the mind of a sentient being. But it's still the same mind. For example, water. If you look at toilet water, nobody wants to drink that. But it is still water. It just has encountered the condition of filth. And then if you have pure water, you can mix it with milk and make a tea out of it. And that is when you have encountered the condition of bodhicitta. But the basis is the same, it is water. And that basis is Buddha nature. It always remains untouched by anything. So all beings are actually Buddhas. And if you only understand this, you will be able to let go of all kinds of bias and sectarianism towards various religions and lineages. All beings have that same mind. And if any sentient being practices, they can become a Buddha. So then if all beings are actually Buddhas, then definitely the Guru's mind is an actual emanation of the Buddha. And what is the Guru's mind? The Guru's mind is a wish to benefit sentient beings. So the Guru's mind and the mind of all beings is the same. The Guru has realized that. He has realized my mind and all beings' mind is the same, but their mind has become like an ice block, and so being like floating ice blocks, they always bump into each other and there's conflict and they suffer. So the Guru cultivates compassion for these beings, or the Buddha. And then from the Dharmakaya arises the Sambhogakaya and then the Nirmanakaya. And actually the 6 realms of samsara are all Nirmanakayas because their mind by nature is actually the Buddha. Only temporarily they are obscured by the 3 poisons, by the afflictive emotions. And as a result of that, they temporarily take birth in the 6 realms of samsara. So this is what we need to understand. If you know that, you will understand that if my mind is the Buddha by nature, then surely my Guru's mind truly is the mind of the Buddha. And with that pure perception, the view of the secret mantra, you can see beings in a pure way. For example, all males with compassion are Chenrezig, and all females with compassion are actually Taram. There is, I have no doubt about that. Then there is actually no separation between Chenrezig and Tara themselves. They are a manifestation of bodhicitta, and that is the Nirmanakaya manifestation. So this is how the 6 realms, the beings in the 6 realms of samsara are Nirmanakayas, and how the mind of all the spiritual teachers is actually the Buddha, and how the 3 jewels are complete within just a single guru. So this is the meaning of this first line. I bow down to the gracious guru who is the essence of all the Buddhas of the 3 times.
좀 더 조전하와 출애교 취시바대 강리 취시바대 사마리 삼바다 사바 체비가레지 대개들이 다다 sem처럼도 저도 취시바대 너나 사바다 hin지리 체마다 쳐여보 안다스 대 사마 받아시다 시점을 이팀이 발라메에 ಸಮ다 받았다 라마게시 사제가 숨바레 때마다 봐 임바도 처음에 하고 듣고요 말이 마다 봐 임바 시인도 당다 상고요 비강레 레로진 가동 거 그만다 레로진 가동 그만다 나 체득하라 영리나 꼬마들 가봐는 송 가봐도만 가면 맡아 파도는 어제 너나 매일은 뭐지 탑네 다 삼지를 커면 나지 주고 커는 파도 그래 나지 되냐더니 세나 세당 유모바 나지는 라지는 유모바 톡톡 나지를 참기요래 대커는 로요래 가동 그만라스 이렇게 해서 또 세바 마시상스
And then it says, pray, make everyone here think of the Dharma. So what is the Dharma? The Dharma is immeasurable love. And immeasurable love melts the ice block of self-grasping. So what we call the Dharma is love and compassion. And then it says, as he said once, like bubbles is this life, transient and fleeting. It is, in it no assurance can be found. So all of the Buddhas and the teachers, the spiritual teachers, explain to us impermanence. And even though we know that things are impermanent, we still don't really face impermanence. Knowing that things are impermanent, we still hold on to the permanence of things. And so here then, for that, an example is given. A lazy man's life is like a thief who sneaks into an empty house. Know you not the folly of it. So for example, if one who is only distracted by the happiness, the concerns of this life, is just like a thief that has entered an empty house. When a thief enters an empty house, then there is nothing that he can take. It's empty. So it's just like you have found a precious human body, but if you only develop selfishness, self-grasping, and at the end are not able to bring with you love, you're just like this thief who has entered an empty house and is not able to bring anything with you. And then what you bring with you is the afflictive emotions of anger and jealousy and greed, attachment, and so on. So just naturally, for as long as there is self-grasping, within that, the 6 afflictive emotions are naturally complete. So that is what you bring with you. So therefore it says, know you not the folly of it.
용바서 수급 매도라서 용바서 보고 탐지 많이는 쳐봐야 요래 용바 탐지 인생매가 싫어 요래 매도도 매도 담당 무슨 초반에 야도 요래 놀래게 용발이 대사야 말했어.
Then it says, youth is like a summer flower. Suddenly it fades away. And so some people already die when they're still in the wombs of their mothers. And young people die continuously. The life is just like a flower that will eventually wither. And that is due to the force of karma. Those who are young have no way to remain young.
개바 덮방은 메셔다 뜬거 덮방 맛이 삼서 로 개바 탐비다 치 터신데 게니 고네 셔로스.
So then, old age is like a fire spreading through the fields. Suddenly, this at your heels. So then also people then grow old, they age, and very swiftly, like this fire spreading, they will die.
깨지냐면 찬놈들아 양양요 바타베서 니만 찬놈들 쪽바레스 파천의 양철 기관이 우리 배 로아르도 코로에서.
The Buddha once said, birth and death are like sunrise and sunset. Now come, now go. So this life is just like the sun. It rises and then it sets. This is birth and death. And again, we continue to wander in the 6 realms of samsara.
나와서 시도 보다스 말아 거기 적배 리스타리오리 땡 나타나더니 달래게 지을 도시들 랑기요 말아스 라상나르스.
Then sickness is like a little bird wounded by a sling. So first we are in good shape and our body is has all its strength, and then all of a sudden we get sick and we have lost all our strength. We become just like a little bird that is hit by a rock. And then know you not, health and strength will in time desert you.
나와주시 또 보다 돕는시 마시삼 아빠도 쳐봐서 넘세 마음이라 넘세 마음에 너의 넘세 마음이 접었는데 라게 합사고 수남그 최체 가리오나 테마도 제아요 말고 넘세 소름세 넘다버리 루메티다고 납시다버리 남대종이 라왕요마 진돌 라왕요마에서.
Then it says, death is like an oil dry lamp after its last flicker. Nothing, I assure you, in this world is permanent. So this oil lamp is like depending on the merit that you have accumulated in the past, you will live a certain lifespan. And aside from what is already determined by your merit, there's nothing you can do much about it. So your merit is like the oil in the lamp, and the flame itself is your consciousness in this life. And therefore you do not have much freedom, authority over it.
니탐비다다 가시고 나는 믿기지 요래시 데라서 봤상고요래 배나 잡아치 못하냐 말을 송대요래 고송만 보요래 저것들을 돌로 약한 것이에요 요래 답을 잡아만 보세요 타타지 빠지 마치 못하지 저것들을 또 싫어래 놀라 딜 가르쳐버 레이를 찍고 막 그냥 지하요 말이지. 뒤에 싸움에 너를 싸움 못해 덮고 그래. nga ji mi ju je ya tata mi ju je ya yore pimba yore kashila nang bi lo ro shi ge yore mi ju je ge yore te sa je kashi peng ge yore kashi peng ge yo ma te chibar kare ri te le ge sung ro yore le kare ben tata jab bi do ma shi che le ge le ju le te sa ha ko rang ge ta mu ge wa ma to par chen ta bong ta sha pa che ta te le rang sha pa che ge mu ge wa kare na nang yu mo mo na se lu ga sa wa che tap che bo na te te bong ta sha pa che ge te sha pa che li de cha sang ta ke yo ma le ma da je kang le sha pa che la ngan yu si dong de ni go yo le ma chen yu pa che si le dong to go le te le ni ba ta ke yo le ma te se yu pa che bo che se dong se go le te yo ma ma yu yo le yu pa che si dong yo ma le te chang so na te we na te li ta ti sha pa le le che li te pe yong te ke ma te de che kang e ka re yong na pa jo ge kang e che ro pa che ma le na cha ge pe yong na cha ge ju te mi pi che ya de ta ti ka ri ne che ro pa che ma to ya te se le jiang ma ma ge wa le te che yang sha pa che yang sha pa che te che wa ta che ta ta ji jing de jab de dong ba la so wang ka de dong ba la che te se te ke peng ge re te te peng sha pa che peng re sha pa che dong ma je ta ne dong ba sha ni ma ri la ka che ke o chu dong ba ma je dong ba chu ne ga so na pe tap che bo le la ko yo re ti sha pa che dong ma je ne ka che ren te ke yo re ta chu ka che ren te chu ka ji sha re cha ko re cha cha le ke ta ro ko je 수주 가서고요 말이 내가 따뜻한 지를 약합도 요래 며칠 못하지 강제야요 말라 랍상랍상 때 대나 쪼티더니 따서 레시바데 와서 쳐버리지 코스도 저트고 말이지 랑가다 좋았던 거리지 다랑게 레 마사바 같이 와리 대상 뒤로도 토버체 된데서 고요래지
And so, now what this really is to say here is that sometimes people, for example, they think that when I'm getting sick, I get some medical treatment. But actually, it often doesn't actually help to cure the illness. Or for example, one might be a very powerful king with many bodyguards and security around one, and still those kings and politicians and so on are assassinated. So often, no matter how powerful and protected one is in this world, when the karmic time to die has come, then one will have to die, and there's nothing one can do about it. So how should we think about it? If the karma is created, then there is nothing that we can do about it. This is how we should think about it. And of course, often it is beneficial to seek medical care, medical treatment, and sometimes it also helps. According to the Buddhist tradition, we often perform like healing ceremonies, rituals, and so on, and some of them are actually helping and some of them are not. And so why is that the case? It is because of karma. And precisely, it is that in previous lives, for example, you have taken the refuge vow, and you also have understood karma to some extent, but then still you do something wrong. You commit something wrong. But then, because you have taken the vow, you feel sorry for it. You regret that. So you purify it, you confess, you apologize. So often, even though we have a vow, we are still controlled by the afflictive emotions, and then we still act out with body and speech and do something very harmful. But because we've had the vow, we regret that, and we make an effort to purify. And then as a result of that, it might not all become purified, but in the future when you encounter difficulties, then you will find some kind of relief, some kind of rescue. So it is that because you have taken, the reason why it is not completely purified only through confession is because confession actually consists of two parts. And that is, first of all, you need to regret, but then also you need to take a commitment to not again repeat the same action. And that is what is mostly missing. So we do regret our negative actions, but we don't really commit ourselves to never repeat them. So that is why not everything is purified. If we regret and also commit ourselves to never repeat those actions and we stick to it, then it actually will be completely purified. But for the most part, we only regret, but then we do the same things over and over again. And then every time we confess, there is a great benefit, of course. And so as a result of that, the negative action has become purified partially, but not entirely. And due to that, now in this life, when it ripens, you encounter a difficulty, but you also find a way out. For example, you have some financial difficulties first, but then somehow you find some financial aid. Or you are sick and a medical treatment is successful. You find some kind of help out that helps you out of your difficulty, your problem. And that is because in previous lives you have done something wrong, you confessed it, but then you did it again, and again you confessed it, and so on. So that is the benefit of taking a refuge vow, for example, or an empowerment, or any other vow. It is because you have this vow, you remember that vow, and then if you transgress it, you regret and you confess. And on the other hand, if you have never confessed, it looks different. For example, there are some people who say, don't take that vow because it's very bad if you transgress the vow. But actually, that's wrong, because if you never take that vow, you will also never regret or confess. And not having a vow, you will think that I can do whatever I want. So now you think you can do whatever you want, whatever makes you happy. But after you have died, then you will have to follow your own karma, and no one will be able to help you or do anything about it. For example, we can see in this world that many whole places are completely destroyed, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it, even with developed science. So if karma is that powerful and we never regret and confess, then no one can help you out. There's nothing that can be done. So therefore, the way to transform that is through your own actions. It is important to not again create such negative karma. This verse here is explained, is taught for us to develop this mind.
투지시 탐지근디 로 대양도 대정하게 강시주시리 잖아 되는 게 봐서 핀받치 보여래 근데 즉 추악한데 그 말이 양랑 양들이 다 보면 남탈라서 뭐들이 로지통에 용띠성 통보리 용띠 통에 대파제 이치치 대변선 합격 비밀하게 가와제지 가르치제도 코랑자와는 도체거래 다디일 가와제페 뉴진 제바 가래도 다다다벨은 가지고 대바 가리도 대니 되는지 되는 토야 이치제야 요리 되는 로지도 배당이 용띠통에 대파제서 Rinpoche sovate per giocare tanto lo stiahore la macchina non tate tono più ci vorrete non tate tono ti lo dite lavorete ti jonti tono che passi dici che te pensano più sente tono sono sabato di jete Garchen vorrete ma non fatta lola ringunete ne so ma dopo c'è tanto 내가 친구들이 이런 것들이 들으면 남사하는 저기 주담 친구들 말이 들으면 남사 때가 걸 저기 얘기를 하고 그러면 들으랑 그 얘기니까 말은 남사 자천지 마찬가지랑 로네 이렇게 말은 남사 타가 거요래 이들이 남사하고 제가 하도 필요해 그래서 다 남사하시는 남상 세면에 사용을 해 박차 사모 됐다고니 박차 미방 됐다고 사람들이 실 박차가 짓을 한 거요래 그리고 말하는 그 남사로 네 대표형도 비용치 뭐요래 비용치 뭐 세면도 소화를 타고요래 소화를 드릴 때 남카를 좀 파당는 이 막대가 통과 된다고래 같이 모여래
So within this green booklet here, there are many very important instructions by Milarepa, and I'm very grateful for you for having put this book together. And you should all read this book over and over again. And having read this book, if you then receive these instructions that I shared to the best of my abilities, then the benefit will be even greater. So it is not enough to just read it or hear about it, but you should really think about it over and over again. Begin with reading the life story of Milarepa, because it is that when you hear the story and you see the qualities of those masters, then faith arises in your mind. And when the trusting faith arises, then the blessings enter your mind. So Milarepa now, what really drove him, what really motivated him to endure or enabled him to endure those hardships? It is because he was certain that otherwise he was going to take birth in hell. That is why he practiced so hard. And now what is the result of his hardship, of his practice? Nowadays in this world, how have the Kagyu teachings spread? It is due to Milarepa's practice, his hardships. And so when we read about his hardships, his life story, then real trust and faith will arise in our mind. Guru Rinpoche had taught 4 causes of developing like faith in the mind. And so he had said that when you see the qualities, then faith arises. Or first he said when you hear the story, the historical background, you feel inspired. So it is important, therefore, to read about the life stories of the past masters. When you read about their life, then you feel that this is how it was, this is how they were, this is their story. And then you're really able to see their good qualities and develop trust and faith in them. And so those 4 causes taught by Guru Rinpoche are: when you hear the story, you feel inspired, inspiration arises. And secondly, when you see their qualities, faith arises. And thirdly, when trusting and faith arises, the blessings will enter your mind. And fourth, then when you are free of doubts, all intentions will be accomplished. So it is very important, therefore, to read the life story of Milarepa. It also has benefited myself greatly. Actually, I am a very sinful person in this life, and I also do not have much learning. But in the past, when I learned to read and write, I took this life story of Milarepa with me everywhere. And my teachers taught me, and I read the life story and found it very beneficial. Actually, there is 9 different levels to Milarepa's life story, and they're all really extremely beneficial. And when you know them, then when you hear about this master really instantly appears in your mind. And that is a positive mental imprint. And then there's also negative mental imprints that arise in our mind. And after we have died, we will actually follow those mental imprints. Those mental imprints will manifest to us. So therefore it is extremely beneficial to study and read Milarepa's life story again and again. And the benefit comes from a real feeling that arises in your mind when you read those stories. And that feeling that arises is just like the clouds vanishing in the sky for a moment, and for a moment you're able to see the sun. So that is why it is so important.
Mela television par logo yore tamjor tono tanga multi top ninga sanyi semdi ka kare khriado ta chene kete na o tangni chani tam tabling di ko cha ko ri san logic khriayo na ta tamre me tanga kare ta san logic o izong de tri tang so de sa chok chen be to je ko re Dona nga karita lote social pengi o mari yimpi lote ramji parti to chagare tarang sabte khache do te sani shara o kundosu simji tabi pingu san te tabar krukore so te kichimore bede.
There was one very important example here that mentioned, and that was the example of a lazy man's life that is like a thief who sneaks into an empty house. So as a Buddhist practitioner, all of us who have entered the Buddhist path and who call themselves a Buddhist, that is really most important, that example. We should not leave this life like a thief that has entered an empty house. That is, we should not waste this life in laziness, because later when this lifespan comes to an end and we will have to leave this precious human body behind, we need to go on. So now you should think that I have found a precious human body now. And what is it then that I want to bring with me after I have died? At least maybe you should think, may everyone in this world be well and happy. If you have this mind, it is good. But if you have a mind that is selfish, if you wonder what is going to happen to me, if you still have this kind of mind now, then you should make a greater effort in cultivating bodhicitta. And it is because this mind that thinks of me, the selfish mind, it does not help you in any way. It is the altruistic mind that becomes the basis of the 6 paramitas. So look in your mind and see how much love and compassion do I actually have, and what will happen when I die. When I die, I want to die with faith in the 3 jewels and a wish to benefit sentient beings. So this is an excellent example to show this.
Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum Shri. Just 1 minute, please, before you leave the room. We're going to have lunch now. Everybody's welcome to stay for that. At 2 o'clock, the Garchen Children's Practice Group about 20 kids who come every Sunday, are going to perform a special play for Rinpoche for his birthday celebration. Today is his 82nd birthday. So at 2 o'clock, we're going to come back, and the shrine room is going to be transformed a little bit into this play scene, and the children are going to give this play, so we're all here to enjoy that. It's only a short play, it's only about 15 minutes, so we may have to kind of pack in and maybe even stand or whatever, but we'll do the best we can. And then later on this evening, for those who would like to come, there's going to be a birthday dinner for Garchen Rinpoche, and there's a sign-up sheet. We have limited seating, so if you haven't already signed up and would like to come, please do that. It's at the registration desk.
Yes.
So, was there anything else?
Yes. Please be free to visit the table, the red table, as you get out in the main. There's all the items that you can purchase that will go directly to pay down the mortgage. And then please, I know I'm repeating myself a lot, forgive me, but please consider becoming a sustaining member. I know a lot of you brothers and sisters have come from distant places. We really appreciate that. Like I said this morning, this center, Digung Dhamma Surya Center, has come together through many wonderful circumstances, and it is to benefit all sentient beings, but we really need your support and participation. This is the Digung Kagyu Center, but is opened by example, by an action we have opened up to all the other lineages. So, but we do need your support. And if you, like my wife and I, if you look at my hair, it's going gray. We're going over the hill in the 4th stage of our life, and it's good to see a lot of young folks here, okay? So there are a few people like the Bowie family who give so much time. There are so many others that are giving so much energy, but we need your participation. We need you to please sponsor one of the Buddha icons. We need 300 people to sponsor, and we'll pay off our debt. So this is my request. Debbie and I are planning to also put in our will, you know, where by no stretch of the imagination, rich or overabundant materially, but we do plan to put Digung Dhamma Surya Center in our will, so that it can sustain itself for another hundreds of years. So this is the gift, like I said this morning, it's a gift of the Tibetan people. That's what His Holiness the Dalai Lama is always saying. We have lost our country, we have suffered as a people, we are threatened with extinction, but at the same time, the flip side of it is, the Dharma has come to the world, the Vajrayana Dharma. The Digung Kagyu, Chopa Jikten Sumgun, we just celebrated the 800th anniversary. Some of you came with me, with Kempo. So please, be part of this. You know, this is your home. So this is my request, and we'll be making this request a lot of times, so please forgive us.
Okay. All right, we're going to need to condense the seating and your books and things like that, so if you can kind of make room, because the children, this area over here particularly, this area too here, we have to move everything back for the children. So if you can condense all this and preserve your things, will be really good.
dream come true. I actually wanted to meet Garchen Rinpoche a long time. I like Islam. Because I saw Dalai Lama once. That's why I want to see. I hope all of them will be good. Yeah, because it's a great honor because Garchen's birthday, we know. Not because of Norma, all those little kids. It's my birthday. It's so cute. When did you become so make-up-y?
Om Mani Padme.
It's loud because there's so many people. Money. We, the students of DDSC Garchen Children's Practice, present to you a play that is based on a story told by Shakyamuni Buddha over 2,600 years ago.
There was once a big, strong monkey who was the leader of a group of monkeys, so he was called the Monkey King. They lived by a river where there was a big mango tree with the sweetest, most tasty mangoes that they loved to eat.
One day, a mango fell into the river. It floated all the way down the river to where a king and his advisors were sitting on the riverbank.
Hey, what kind of fruit is this?
It's a mango, sire.
Here, try it. See what it tastes like.
It's delicious. Here, sire, have some.
It's so sweet and tasty. I've never had anything like it. We must find the tree where it came from and get some more.
The king and his advisors walked along the riverbank and looked carefully for a mango tree.
Look, that tree has mangoes on it. Yes, it is as sweet as the mango we found in the river.
Delicious! Hey, those monkeys are gonna eat all the mangoes. Shoot them so they can't escape. Then we can have our mangoes with monkey meat.
Oh my God, they're gonna shoot us. What do we do?
Don't worry, I'll save you.
He looked across the river, knowing that was their only escape. He thought, how could they get across the river? It's so deep and wide they couldn't jump across. He didn't think he could jump across either, but he must do everything he can to save them. He broke a long piece of soft bamboo and tied one end to a large root on the riverbank and tied the other end around his body.
Then he ran and made a huge jump using all his strength to reach all the way across the river. He grabbed a root with his hands so his body stretched across the river like a bridge.
Each of you, walk along my back to the other side of the river.
One monkey named Devadatta watched each monkey go across. His mind was full of criticism. Chris, I don't know.
Don't worry, hold tight, little one. Your mother will get you across safely.
Oh, it's not silly, monkey. Why should she be safe? No one wants to deal with her nonsense.
Come across, it's okay. Walk along my back to the other side of the river. Come, walk across. It's okay.
He has no. Wow, he's fat. He needs to stop eating.
Please join us. It's okay. Walk along my back.
You're walking so slow. Come on, grandmas, you're taking too long.
Here, take your time. I'll help you. Here, hold my hand. Please join us. Walk along my back.
Many monkeys had walked over the Monkey King's back. One by one, the Monkey King's arms and hands ached and cramped from gripping onto the root, and his back got terribly sore from the weight of all those monkeys stepping on it. The king had watched how the Monkey King rescued the whole group of monkeys, how he patiently allowed each and every monkey to step on his back to cross the river, and how he got badly hurt when Dividal jumped hard on his back. The king thought, this animal not worrying about his own life brought his whole group to safety. It's not right to kill this king of the monkeys. We must take care of him.
You made your body into the bridge so the monkeys could safely cross the river. Who are you to them and who are they to you?
Good king, I am the king of the monkeys. I am their chief. They were scared of you, so I let them walk along the back to the other side of the river. I only want them to be happy. To be a leader, you must make sure all are happy and treat each and one with loving kindness and compassion.
The king honored the Monkey King for the rest of his life, remembering that he was an example to all with a pure mind that puts love and compassion to action. From this story, we learned that we can be compassionate and selfless, and that we cannot have compassion when we have judgmental and critical thoughts. It is by eliminating our judgmental and critical thoughts and replacing them with kind and loving thoughts that we can develop our compassion and loving kindness. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you for coming to see our presentation, which is sponsored by Garchen Children's Program here. We have wonderful instructors, Miss Lisa. Here. Also, Miss Fawn helping us tremendously there in the back. And we have younger folks, Tiziana. And Sophia has been helping us. Yes, where is Sophia? Hey, come out there. All right, helping in the back today. All right, I just want to, oh, me? Oh, don't worry about me. I just want to mention that Lisa has authored a book on the life of Buddha and his stories that we were teaching to kids, and her next creation, next child, is a compilation of stories from His Eminence Garchen Rinpoche, and kids have a really great time learning that and the cultures and traditions of Tibet and monks' life and peoples around. So it is now just been printed, so we are gonna make it available. Yes, it's on the tables outside. Feel free to, is it free? Is it? Okay, there is a donation, $20 for each copy, but there will be more printing if we run out, so certainly. Thank you all for coming today. Thank you for your attention. And thank you, kids, for doing a great job today. Okay, let's come on.
And also thank you to all the parents who are so devoted and drive them to the temple and to the program every single Sunday. I mean, you know, we cannot do it without you, with your support, so thank you. And Kempo will always, you know, be the guidance. Thank you. So right now, Miss Lisa, you want to say a little bit something?
Yes, just thank you for everyone for being here and for being patient with us as we prepared our play. The kids have worked very hard to prepare this over the past few months. So they're actually putting their Dharmic lessons into practice by by practicing for the play and exercising patience and discipline and diligence and loving kindness and compassion. So they've been really putting all this into practice as we prepare for this play. So I thank them for all their patience and all their hard work, as well as the parents who have wonderfully supported us to do this.
All right, kids, don't go away yet. We have something interesting coming. Huh?
Yeah, we're going to get something for Garchen. Just wait.
All right, let's all look around. See what's coming from the front door. Oh, okay. Yes.
Happy birthday
To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rinpoche. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah. Oh my God. I closed the curtain last one. I'm too early out.
All right, kids, don't go away because.
Thank you so much. Oh my God.
Yes, you're gonna get the necklaces.
Happy birthday, Garchen Rinpoche. Whoa, look at that bonfire. Whoa.
What? Okay, so
That was very good. You did a wonderful job. Good job. Good monkey. Good monkey. Good king. You were the king. Where's the king?
Hello? Why? Happy birthday.
Mary.
Hi.
Wait, who's doing
Hello. Hello.
over here.
모두 제제된 바 탑제제 받은 바 나요 디잡제 제데 비절라산 담바도 저저베 제 개명에 손으로 제 제도로 저저 바 제저 줄라산다로 전에 저발야도 라바다라도 그 정한다 바게 되게 그들이랑 상자로 도지제 셀라로 당하고 메라지 저거 뭐 방모도 바자와라고 봐 가줄로만 넘어서 내가 오늘 기계 이제 그런데 그 사제 그 영어니 라셈 저거 뭐도 제가 자을라마야 살아서 안데 세상도 맞지라 기진지 녀석에 뭐저 지나서 하시니 동생들도 다지나 담바 주지는 더 자도 일단은 동시 쪽바지 초마 레 초마도 동전에 소요래 저거 냄새 말면다 딱발면도 미바이 소초마다 왔잖아 다다 랭이 조롱 밥처럼 지나도 봐 내맘 통송 다 레주리라 소요래 되지 통송한
So we come back to our book. We are on page 6 and we have just completed verse number 5, talking about death and impermanence. We have said that death is like an oil-dry lamp after its last flicker. Nothing, I assure you, in this world is permanent. And then with the next verse begins the teachings on karma, cause and effect.
근데 다가서 저다 다치로기 나는 라기 제리오레스 아버지는 라기 제거래 라기 아버지 제거래서 동무지 받차디 요래 소속의 레야 보지나 소속을 yapıyor 그래 소속을 내 일을 해서 받잖아 소속을 또 받차게 돼 되니 그쪽 같은 다지 이용이 진란도 봤다나 다소 랑란도 되어래서 그래서 제 석시자 그럴 때 가르치는 데는 동담은 동반이래 제대해서 놓고 동담 동반이 매 다지 니 매배라더니 다다다지 니는 그 일도 봤다마티 막 일도 봤단 거요 사람들 니 라파데 일이 상고요래 나라를 해서 pero 동보치 보세요 동보치 나 동보인들 라라들랑 그래야 라라데 일이 되더라고 소담나 이도디 동네들랑 사용 거래 동담 대회에서 타니 와요 다지 님베 들으랑 라파를 기대지라고 나사면 거요래 대회를 사빠도 동담 고도를 타니 와요 고도를 주지는 도 받잖아 아들이 이제는 피바트랑 펜들이 했어 그래. 근데 동담 대회자들이 다지님에 비해서 좀 타니고 차대요래. 대회는 들이 다다랑 그 대화 너그 체드 다다. 들이 이나 랑소아들이 지는 도 봤다나. 들이 노바선 타톡티 노바도 또 주스가를 동도들아 다 강호단디 조 칠리 들이들 다 찬다라 대화 토퍼체드 들이지나 고로 들이 차도 홍아 자리 대목고 대목은 마음이 바람 나의 통하지 대목 들이 작가 삼신 말고 대화 삼신 좋아하지 별 좁힌지는 당보 가지고 온 거지 또 체랑을 뛰는 가지고 온 거지 들이 바로 버들라 대화 고요리 들이 네가 다지 냠바 싸우면 들이 도나 도 가가로 요리 또 삼체체다 요청들이 가가로 대회는 들이 동남 대회장 다 이제 들이다가 이는 또 봤다 와서 괜찮아 동그란 그런 거 요리 대 다고 샵도 싸먹다 오 좀지 시바데 나바 켈리나라 메리나라 좀지 켈리롱 메리롱 생광 니메베다지 니 손도나 다른 공리성만하니 다 저세단을 내주고 싸나들 내냐와서 동네 세단 광을 하시되는지 영화마도 들이 접지만 사주바양 동성지대서 그래 주 사주바 털려오나야 사주바 털을 내서 시접 말이 가시 내서 빨리 미국에서 그래서 접지도 쉽죠 상모도나 이 배대 하자 기초벌에 오 초초부터 저람이 말 바꾸요래 그걸 탐지를 동네 맞서 좋고요 말이 그렇죠 야밥시 좀 말아와서 다디장 유목을 내주는 내가 톱시죠 말해서 뺏기다고 때 고고 그래서
So in this verse it says evil karma is like a waterfall which I have never seen flow upward. So even if we follow another religion, in another religion, for example, people believe in a God, for example, and in that religion, for example, it is said that if you do good things, then that God will reward you and punish you if you do bad things. So actually in Buddhism, what we are speaking about is quite the same in meaning. We say that if you do good things, then good things will happen to you. And if you do bad things, then bad things will happen to you. So from a relative perspective, that is, from a perspective where we still have a perception of a self-other duality, it is said that we must follow the principle of karma. And it is said that if you hurt or harm others, you're ultimately harming yourself. And so how does this actually happen? What is this actually saying, that when we harm others, that we are harming ourselves? It is actually because of the ultimate truth. And often people think that on the ultimate level, in the ultimate truth, there's no more karma. But that's slightly mistaken, because we say in ultimate reality, everything is empty. And because of that, because there is no duality of self and other precisely, because of the ultimate truth, we are even closer to others, because others and self do not exist separately. So even though it now appears that way, others and self do not exist. And therefore, from the ultimate perspective, if we harm others, it is even more clear that we are harming ourselves, because there is no self and other. For example, you think that this hand is the other, or yourself, and then the fingers are the other. Or a tree, you think you are the tree, the trunk, and then all the branches are the other. And so if you cut the branches, then in the end, you, the trunk, the tree, will actually experience difficulties. So it is actually precisely because there's emptiness, it is because of ultimate emptiness, because self and others are non-dual, that we are even closer to others. So karma is even more clear from that perspective. For example, if you take good care of your own hand, then later you will not experience suffering or pain. So from even though on the relative truth teaches that there is karma, cause and effect, and the ultimate truth teaches on emptiness, actually on the ultimate level we are even closer to others because of non-duality. And so now, since we perceive a duality, we want to experience happiness. And often what happens is that in order, because I want to be happy, that is why I am causing harm towards others. So at the cost of others' happiness, I'm creating my own happiness. So it begins with the cause of self-grasping. We consider ourselves as most important. We want to be happy, and that's most important. Our happiness is most important. So I'm attached to my own happiness. And in order to achieve that, I get angry at other people, or I get jealous at other people. In fact, it begins with a form of pride, which is ignorance of believing in an I, a self, that doesn't really exist. And when that is present, then that I want to be victorious. I want to have all the advantage. That is how we think. And in the beginning, we want our own happiness. And for example, there's two friends, two companions, and you want your own happiness. So you think, I want to be happy. I want to find happiness from this relationship. And so therefore, the other person is responsible for my happiness. But actually, the other person also wishes to be happy. So at the very least, we should be able to equalize self with others and treat them in a way we also like to be treated. And often, even though people love each other, that is the very cause why they separate in the end. And also because on the ultimate level, we are non-dual. So therefore, even if you wish for your own benefit, if you hurt others for that sake, in the end, you will only receive a loss. So you should think about this very carefully. And it doesn't matter whether you are a Buddhist or not, actually even whether you believe in karma or not. Ultimately, our minds are non-dual, even though a self-other duality seems to exist. But as I mentioned before, if you create the cause of anger and act on anger, then naturally that will create hell. And hell is just the nature of anger. And Lord Jigten Sumgön had said that if a bodhisattva on the 10th bhumi would commit a misdeed, then even that bodhisattva would fall down to the lower realms. And of course, in general, a bodhisattva on the 10th bhumi would never commit any wrong, but if he would, then also that karma would ripen. So it is important to consider karma very carefully, and also that example is excellent. So the karma is like a water flowing. There's nothing you can do about it. You cannot make it flow upward. Therefore, if you engage in negative actions, then there is only suffering that can ripen from that. There is no other way. It is not possible for the river to flow upstream. And therefore, if you act from a state of affliction and selfishness in order to achieve your own happiness, it is impossible. It is against nature to achieve that happiness.
Đức tổng độ buồn ra càng tin tin bản nó lắp bài số nó là đức kinh gì vậy thì 삼십 매바 rất tham chế thì 삼십 매는 들이 가르치는 룽아 예수가 사와 가르치는 다도 cái hiện được bắt tăng rồi thì trên tất cả sma chỉ là tham chế thì 강는 책이 요래 thì 강tin tin bản nó bên đó 속차 들어오지 말랑나야 이 들어서 착하시를 고치는 바도 오면 성어들이 갈아나는 성어 또 민나로리들이 봤다니 대상계사 체들의 세상다 차도 유래우나 你这路叫那这路我东西查出来，这个说是路面呢，马赛啦是马东西赛过过的，别是到的，你切话个这里这里门内吧，我们路吧，这边没话这到他们去加克去不做人，加克不叫，加克不加做叫人了，这个就刚一忙我这个人咋不灵啊？这刚一这里这他是加工里吧，说这jamban这了东西就会有的，这里边的着这个呢，着这了。좀 재미있죠. 저도 이 정도 장가리체 나 양들이 다톡이 장들 그림 맞잖아. 근데 맞죠. 그래 좀 재미가 돼. 배세다더니 돈 강텐이 올라래다. 세들 나오나. 라주가 저 상바들 이제 곰대요나. 이 코너리 조대니 것들이 조랑이 받치는 스트리트를 고로랑 스트리트랑 상능게 배봐 동로에서 달라는 소리만 하나 쏟았다 그래. 그래 뭐체적 상능게서 냠송나 들이 기어를 제가 체라라는 게 답에다 파줘 내가 토리게 되어서 톡톡이고 말이 들이 세상 차도섬을 뛰는 또现在现在都没做了，现在鸟也打多少这是来上了，因为我把电视我你来嘛我啥的话嘞，你嘛就是知道嘛，什么3年就搞这接送，呀，因为我搞这接送，对，上不当的人这边学不得用了，这还不是哦，3年就还叫牛的，叫的还叫吵的，这都还不是，这都接送，这就能接了，这都到东西上去就是送去。대회는 대대다다 그래서 남밖에 처음 참도 내와 같은 대회 저선 대발저 속에 이 대회 저 가래나 삼로당 오 대회 삼제리 직전이야 말이지 삼제에 내 갑용 다다는 또 배치 받아 서다 도나 이 대화요에 배치 다 토용들이 조람들이랑 앞에 봐지는 대화지 내값 대화 타톡 내값 대화 마찬가지로 치고 아까 말씀드린 대로 치고 타톡 대화 사실 사지 공방에 속고 요래 네 배치되는 거는 답이 치용 디상제 배용해서 대화 활동해지 다리 똑같이 받아 가고 그러다 단지 당뇨 뭐 바로 고고 요래 단지 저참 체력이 용마대로 rak해요래 락바트를 내서는 누가를 왔지 요래 니고를 하장 써먹 동거요 오 다단디는 상태에서면은 우리 도탐전로 하고 요래 소소리 나온다 상태 몇 번마다 도로 그러더니 갖고 되게 텔레파시 나한테는 지와 스마야들이 랑 유망을 얘기돼 애들이 세상다 타동만 보지 요래 텔레전이 라니 소리면은 조기 바빵고 송요래 레가 관계 조기 바빵 터고요 말에 조기만 조고를 내요나 들들 산지가 산지고 탑대 산지고 터미들이 중용되는 결로 그래 그래서 조기 팔도 sen도 그래 대마 탐이 좀데 배치용을 나온 거래 다 하정 가치와 되래 뜻들기는 또 동보다 라지가 나온 거래
Then next it says, a sinful man is like a poisonous tree. If on it you lean, you will be injured. So a sinful man, or someone who is very sinful, is someone who doesn't have love and compassion for others. And if we lack that, then whatever we do with body, speech, and mind, we always consider the self, ourselves, as most important. And therefore, whatever we do will cause harm towards others. And if we engage in such actions, we will always encounter difficulties in this life and in all future lifetimes to come. For example, in future lifetimes, if we are to take birth as an animal, then as a result of having engaged in actions that were motivated by anger and jealousy, we will take birth as an animal that causes a lot of harm, like a poisonous animal, as you mentioned before. And even if we don't want to kill those animals, we have no choice but to kill them because they cause a lot of harm naturally. So when we die, then this is what we are going to bring with us, the karma that we lead to suffering. And even later, if we are born in this world again as a human, for example, if a king of a kingdom is very evil, then all the subjects, all the citizens of this kingdom will suffer from that. So if you have this evil companion here, this sinful person, even if your friend, your companion seems to be a good person, but if that friend does not follow the law of karma, then ultimately what you see good in that person now will be of no benefit because he doesn't follow karma. Therefore, one day, not regarding karma, disregarding karma, he will treat you in a bad way. And so this is how we are lost in this life and in future lives. So evil karma leads to this ruin in this and future lives. And so when we often when, even though we might cultivate love and compassion for our friends, often our friends, our companions are of very bad behavior. They are very angry. And then it is also possible that if we associate with them, if we keep in their company, that with their negativity, they will even destroy that little love and compassion that you now have. So that is why in the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it is said that we should abandon evil companions. It is because if we lose our love and compassion in this life, then in future lifetimes, after we have died, there is clearly no way that we can attain liberation, leave alone liberation. We cannot even attain birth in the higher realms. And so all of that was created by anger and jealousy, greed. So actually ignorance, greed, and anger lead to birth in the three lower realms as hells, hungry spirits, and animals. So we give rise to these afflictions and accumulate much karma, engage in many actions. That leads to birth in those lower states of existence. So you should really look at your mind each and every day and ask yourself how much love and compassion has arisen in my mind today, and how many afflictive emotions arise in a day. Really be mindful, look at your mind and see what arises. And you will find that actually it is quite frightening. I have not cultivated a lot of love and compassion. For the most part of the day, I only have negative emotions. So in this way, we recognize the causes and develop fear of their consequences, because these are the causes for all suffering to arise. So in Buddhism, we make this prayer, may all beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. What is the cause of happiness? There is only one cause of happiness, and that is love. And if you have love, you will be happy right now, already in this life. You will be harmonious with your companions. You will take birth in higher realms and ultimately attain enlightenment. So in this way, it becomes the cause for your own benefit and the happiness of others, or the temporary happiness. It is, even in this life, you will experience happiness, and in future, you will attain the final happiness of enlightenment. So that is the quality of the Dharma. It is really the quality of love. So a sinful person, what is really a sin? A sin or a sinful person is one that has very strong self-grasping and afflictive emotions. The stronger self-grasping, the stronger the afflictive emotions. And when the afflictive emotions are very coarse, then we engage in very destructive actions that we later also may regret. So it is something that we have to really consider very, very carefully. When you give rise to, when you only care about yourself, actually a person that is very selfish and only cares about their own happiness, it's very difficult to be their friend, to be around them. A person who has no love and care for others, it is hard to be around them. So knowing that, a fear arises of such state of mind. And also later in the future, without any control, you will take birth in such an environment. So therefore it is said in the 37 practices, abandon an evil companion. But then now in the real world, it is difficult to abandon every evil companion, because we also have like karmically assigned companions that we cannot abandon. And so for that, the Buddha gave a skillful means and said that you must cultivate patience. You must cultivate love and protect that with patience. And if you're able to do that, then you will be able to transform any negative quality into a good quality. So what is most important is to develop patience. If you are unable to cultivate patience, then both people in a relation will be lost. So that is an extremely important point. If you lean on this poisonous stream, you will be injured. So self and other will be lost.
담냠냠 봐서 폭내다 와서 다리 소장 마서 나와 사제발의 쇼리 다 생각하자 가르치고 담책 집안들이 다다 마땅 매발라 담책 집안 돌나 자와들이라고 담책 있어 자 담책대 나봐야 다 사속성 삼재들이 그 사족들은 도마는 심기 삽질 삼재용을 들이 사족생을 해시. 나는 이는 샘대식능보다 요리 정도 삼재 때는 짜는 요 말이지. 사족생 짜는 미리 매이소 요정도만 소요해. 야 속자 같이 나팔이 참아세 논이더니 라당 찰라서가 참아세 그거들랑 버들 지와요를 봤. 지와진 거 들었더니 장초 그들이 들 상디나 지와요서랑 거 벌 지와요지 깝 들었더니 코가 단지미 안에 받으세 듣고요 말 받으 삼재요리 대상 축생 유지 샘대 요리 좀 대담이 용 말이지 대외에 대들이 다다다 들 담책 가르다 지와지라 담무서 나와 사제발 소리 잡리도 말이지 담자를 챙기주고요 꼰초스는 마방지 꼰초스는 왜냐니 사제근이고 시랍래 추진뭐 삼형제리 땅가 삼형제 뭐 잠지 들이 잠돌아 주 다니 정도 잠지도 마시나 내가 허리비 대왕 다소 사제지 고방 토대 미발도 톱지 톱그래 가이가 톱고요 되네 추가 톱고요 저들 지금 보여 나라들 삼제지도 맞잖아 또 삼제지를 롱아이선들이 삼제지를 파실 쪽 상거요 삼제 제대로 같아서 내가 토리 되와 들때 담자들은 그 삼제지 정고를 말때 들이 사지 좀 내가 타바랑이라 타바랑이를 삼성계도 주다고 야 탐다 주 내가 다톡 상마제 버리 잡세 콩치려고 하고 죽잡면 삼지 죽으란 거랑 잡고 너는 삼제 잡아 탑대 콩을 때문에 있어 왜 죽으라 탑을 남지 이제 타바랑이라도 시발 탈부터 담책을 톡 담책 삼제를 톡 삼제 가요 다다 도지 빠나요 돈롤라요 속사 탑지를 샘대 우리 삼제 대사 요리지 뒤 마지막에 탑지와면 탑을더니 달래 준게 랑게 대화 톡을 제가 톡고 요래 내가 토리게 대화 제가 톡고 그래 다소 사지고 막 제가 톡고 그래 그랬더니 내가 토리 대화 톡을 제도 소찰을 또봐 내가 다소 사지고 막 톡을 제도 상승도 또봐 뒤에는 상하 상계시 봐 삼제지 삼바 체미 봐지나 나지 봐 매일로 그래 생각 쳐서 되나 오 며칠 계지좀 잡으려고 야고 차고 상나는 다치네 총나라고 보고 때와지는 보고 때 생각 죄지 다 싸워는 요 말이 사지시라고 되냐는 너는 나 집안에서는 코가 토마면가 박차게 다가 토르요래. 산이 쇼거는 나들은 샤도 사실 코가 토마면 박차랩 차려야지. 다 때문에 값을 오지당을 사지나 다 다요말라 라마티나 다요말라 들들 라마티니 삼니제 우리 세나 들이 얘네랑 파도 가능 파도성 가능 타는 쪽 르르롱고 라마티 추거들이 타바토송 대상제들이 사족성들을 타고 너는 다 담책지와 상제를 고래.
So then it says, transgressors are like frostbitten peas, like spoiled fat, they ruin everything. So a transgressor here, this speaks about the samayas and the vows, the commitments that are being transgressed. And so for us who have entered the Buddha's teachings of the Pratimoksha, Bodhisattva, and Vajrayana vehicles, these words are really very important here. So there's a maya that is to be kept. There's a maya between people and so on. So we talk about root samayas and branch samayas. And the root samaya is essential for any Buddhist practitioner. So since we are Buddhist practitioners, our root samaya is love, compassion, bodhicitta. That is the bodhisattva vow. The bodhisattva vow is a wish to benefit all beings. It is love for all sentient beings. And then because all sentient beings possess Buddha nature, by virtue of Buddha nature, they all possess love and compassion, at least to some extent. And therefore, in the Bodhicharyavatara, it is said, there is no being that does not possess some bodhicitta, at least to some extent. So even wild animals like crows or ravens and so on, or hawks, they might go hunt other animals and kill many other animals, but they would always protect their own children because they love at least their own children. Because they love their children, they would never kill their own children. And that shows that even those animals possess even at least love, at least to some degree. And that is that continuum of bodhicitta that we bring with us. So everyone who has a mind has that, at least to some extent. And so now transgressors of samaya is that we have mentioned now that the samaya of anyone who has entered the Buddhist path is love. And the samaya is a vow that we have spoken out verbally. So we have verbally expressed the words of a commitment, a vow that we are taking. We have said, I will never forsake the three jewels. And that means the essence of the Buddha is wisdom. The essence of the Dharma is love and compassion. So we have taken a vow to never forsake love and compassion. And if you do not forsake the three jewels, then you will be protected in all lifetimes. When we take the refuge vow, then we say that from this day onwards, you are protected. Temporarily, you will take birth in the higher realms, and ultimately, you will attain enlightenment. And how is that attained? It is because you do not forsake the Dharma. The Dharma will actually protect you. So you possess Buddha nature, and if you do not separate your mind from love and compassion, then naturally whatever you do with body, speech, and mind will become a practice of the 6 paramitas. And the stronger your love, the greater will be your happiness temporarily. So the vows and the samayas that we take, we are the ones, we must keep them. We must keep them ourselves. So the Buddha had said, liberation depends on yourself. So if you are able to sustain, to protect your own love and compassion, then you will be protected temporarily and ultimately. But the Buddha said that the Buddha cannot take you by the hand and lead you to liberation or grant you protection. The Buddha only can show you the method. The Buddha said, I can only show you the path to liberation, but liberation itself depends on your own effort. So you have to actually engage in practice. And you practice by keeping that root samaya, which is love. So the method is the samaya, and the samaya is love. And where is that love? It is in all of our minds. We have it to various degrees, but all beings, animals and humans and so on, we all have love. And then the Dharma is a method to develop and increase the love in our mind. And we do that, first of all, through understanding karma. We understand that if we cultivate love, that will be the cause for attaining the happiness of the higher realms and ultimately enlightenment. So first, when we enter the path of individual liberation of pratimoksha, we take the pratimoksha vows, and these become the causes for birth in the higher realms temporarily. And then when we take the bodhisattva vows, that becomes the cause of ultimately attaining enlightenment. And then in the Vajrayana, we have developed immeasurable love, and by that, this concept of a self has disappeared. And then in the Vajrayana, we experience the non-duality of self and other. For example, then a person with a vast mind would think that may the entire world, may everyone be happy. Or at least you would think that may my child be happy, for example. And the moment you care about the happiness of others, there is no self. And it is that self that carries all of the imprints, the negative karmas that we have accumulated in samsara since beginningless time. And so after you have died and you awaken in the bardo, when the I comes back and you wonder, oh, I have died, what happened to me? In that moment, the concept of the I has appeared, and together with it, all of the imprints accumulated since beginningless time come back with that self. And therefore, if you think about something else, not the I, then those imprints also don't come back. For example, if you think of the deity or you think of the guru, then there is no thought of a self. So then, ideally, you attain liberation in the bardo, in one of the three levels of bardo. So at least you attain enlightenment in the third bardo, in the Nirmanakaya, or better in the second bardo as a Sambhogakaya, or ideally in the first bardo as a Dharmakaya. And ultimately, liberation depends on you sustaining bodhicitta. So the samaya here that we talk about should be understood to be nothing else but love.
나와 사제바 탄전도 그 보통 방법이오래 사제가 장매바요래 대상치 첫도도 지는 영상 호학가는 가능하고도 저는 사적 심표는 뭐지 마지막에 지절게 소탈 기반양바 매바에 사셈 공공의 표현을 줘 상하 소장 가서 남쪽도 몰람 뒤는 마들이더니 냠이 찍다는 다투고 준비해야 되나 대사를 해 대유를 지어서 봐라 남발을 쇼나더니 남발을 따고 받고 갔었는데 그래서 따와가리 십지 탐천가 파마마를 해봐 적점을 할때 하고네 대따와리 고속고따와 대 탐천을 하는데 빈발을 들어가서 누가 먹고 대고발해 조바랑게 렌디 요바랑게 종나 요바 마타 속차도 카이나 랑냠도 요바토 데니 정데 세나 데르테니 강펜피드 다이냐블레 카이체야 대조바래 대승군은 나와서 제가 마디고 말이 제일 간나들이 잡스는 가기요래 가가서 좀 뭐지 동네들이 다 저거래 이게 너봤다 대 다다 담책 가리냐 뭐랑 지어하면은 상태는 염성아 다 씨마 세게 체서 씨마 세게 저 씨마 성 정모차 작도 차성탄은 대녀가 제야요 말이야 베테나지 마음을 상지게 저랑 상지에 고막 토야지 저 싸가요 말이야 베르탄이 성품이 이거라 자거든 다시 이마 세서는 개택다네 답동을로야 마도 생사오자야 요마 베티지 빠르세 들이 데려들이 런치 seb지도 파마마지 왔죠 예외치 다 남바 사제베데 말 쇼소조 탐치 다 안서 사제로만 사제로만 가지고 다 simply sab지로 삼바다 hindi 제고 simply 파마에 시고거든 대시소탄들이 다 남바 사제부터 살아 쇼차리 맞대 저거들 그랬더니 뭐하지들 로나 들이 데라 다가사부터 너 simply sab지 파마에 왔죠 사바체비가 이러지 대 다가사부터 대리치부터 유스미 사제 삼지 찍바레스 습지도 피고 대리치부터 그래스 추진이 또 시바들아 다디의 자성 추진이 또 시바 돈다로 사제 삼지 이러 말이지 습지 탑지 상계 이제 로버를 좀 처럼 따로 차요 말이 돈다로 이제 추진을 하면 이제 나빠다 준이 되부터 대답 돈다로 습지 삼지 상계 오늘 처럼 되셔를 잡고 차송은 내가 차대를 대답을 오늘들이 다다 모두 돈담이 송를 따와야 이런 거요래 동태에 담색 많이었나? 난 처음부터 쇼거나 두고 쇼거래 담색 나서는 두고 말이야 다시 마세처럼 근데 하장 양당 세면이 많이 쭉 빈 거였어.
And so within Buddhism, there are many different teachings and divisions. There are many volumes of scriptures that express the Buddha's words, the Buddha's teachings. But in brief, actually, all of that is included in our dedication prayer that we recite at the very end. The prayer where we say, may bodhicitta arise where it has not yet arisen. That is the essence of the pratimoksha or individual liberation path. Then secondly, may bodhicitta not decline where it has arisen. That is the essence of the bodhisattva path. And then may bodhicitta further and further increase. That is the essence of the secret mantra or Vajrayana path. So all of the prayers and practices of the three levels of the path are included within that prayer. And it presents the ultimate fruition, that is to cultivate bodhicitta. And so then, how do we practice in order to develop such a mind? So once we have entered the Buddhist path, there is a view, a meditation, and a conduct. So the view is on the relative level. The relative view is that you understand that all sentient beings have been my parents. And for this reason, you recognizing them as your parents, you think that if I cannot benefit them, at least I shall never harm them. And that is the practice, that is the meditation. And then thirdly, the conduct is that now, whoever is near to you in your life, whether it is an animal or a human being, whoever accompanies you in your life, that being you have to benefit and make happy as well as you can. So, as we mentioned before, at the least, you have to treat them the way you would like to be treated. You equalize self with others. That is the conduct to be applied to those who are near you. So all of the different Buddhist paths have that, the view, the meditation, or the practice, and the conduct. And if we transgress these three that we just mentioned, then we speak about samaya transgression. And then it is pointless to just say prayers of the precious bodhicitta and so on. just giving it lip service, but actually not practicing accordingly. If you just speak about bodhicitta, but really what you do is harmful to others, then you're actually transgressing your samaya. And that is because you have lost your love, your compassion for others. So it says here that the transgressors are like frost-bitten peas. That is, when peas are frost-bitten, then no sprout can grow from them. And so therefore, for as long as you have not developed such a mind, there is no way that you will ever attain enlightenment in the future. Such a mind leads to the lower states of existence. It is just like you're taking this pea and throwing it into the garbage. And if it's frostbitten, even if you plant it in the ground, no sprout can grow from it. So we remember first that all sentient beings have been my parents. And so now what is important for all of us is that all of us have entered the Buddha's teachings, the Buddhist path. And therefore, we all are disciples of the Buddha. And being disciples of the Buddha, we must cultivate love and compassion for sentient beings. And we must recognize that they are our parents. So therefore, anyone who has entered the Buddhist path, to them, these words of dedication of bodhicitta are really very significant, and we always recite them. So we develop a love, immeasurable love, recognizing all beings as our parents. And that is called the power of your own intention. So there is 3 powers. One is the power of your own intention, your immeasurable love. The second power is the power of all the Tathagatas, and that is the great love, the compassion of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. So with your good intent, you are merging with their intent. And then there is the power of the Dharmadhatu, and that is that when you free yourself of self-grasping, you realize that on the ultimate level, there is no duality between Buddhas and sentient beings. All beings are actually Buddhas, and only temporarily their mind has become like a block of ice. But that ice also is water. So the power of Dharmadhatu shows that in reality there is nothing that is impure. All beings by nature are Buddha. They only need to melt the ice block. And when the ice is melted and merges with the ocean, it becomes very easy, very, very smooth. So that is the view, that is the union of the relative and the ultimate truth. So to not transgress from our samaya, we have to melt the ice block. In order to melt the ice, we need warmth. And without warmth, you cannot melt the ice block. And that warmth is the warmth of love and compassion. So this is something that you have to really think about again and again all the time. You have to say it out loud, express it verbally, and keep it in mind at all times.
Sabati lo da baseona tri Milarepa somare tri so rodo korare sipatama 강도 오다 땅나오 나과 사제다 나과 강대 요리스 고상지 지내서 모상지 제대로 말하기 레시 대신에 보요리 로마나 코라자오 가끔 많은도 들으랑 그냥 그 돈을 제가 상화된 이제고 파도 송동 와타지 점아이 노바 와타 처첨이 들으랑 그 강에서 동네 상세 샤가까지 그래도 잠불리기 동에서 다 선포를 때 소속감이 총총이 대답게 동네 땅이지 들이 좀바처럼 로가슴 참고요. 전 소리비 줬음 참고요. 대답에서는 들이 잡동 총코스 집에 샀다 말어. 오, 사달라마들이랑 들이 자라라고 그러고는 라이트 코너지. 그 마다고 쓰면 참고 요래. 상하가 따와서 소소 상초체 이렇게 틀이 탐지하다 보고 가로는 저도요래. 대서 갈아서까지 라트 라마트 잡동 총코스 집에 담아서 너도 꼬바로 집에 담아. 이 뭐라면 살지 집에 담아서 다 생이나냐. 다 살지 못했나. 생이하 지네들 따라가게 담대 뒤오만 비면 설기를 해서 살지 되기 쳐보여래. 대 강진의 단창대 맞은 일을 세주 살지 참나 사다나 말지 참나 바로 이반에들이 자차자란 것이 다 톡톡이요래. 이 강은 저와다 니니 저반성을 니 세마 다들 라고 박차 이제 소라더니 박차 세네 이제 소라 내일이요 이제 소라 담아 타더니 슬라이스는 샤트나 다디 박차요 말이지 바토를 떨어서 말이지 다디 니르에서 라틴 마티지 돌람 탐지라 제시바요 삼바다니 이제 말다나 삼아 계산은 정도 대라니 세기들이 저바서좀 저바서 광선 콜사와 탐지들이 그 기별은 저러고 그래 다다 고감에 바탐지 대래잖아 너는 생때 상태에서 제시바요 좀 말다는 정도 세 탐지 기관을 저러고 그래 대다고 답 당하tin 거래서
And then it says, Dharma practices are like peasants in the field. With caution and vigor, they will be successful. So there's all kinds of Dharma, ways of practicing the Dharma. Some practitioners have the opportunity to go into a retreat, and others do not have that opportunity. But even if you don't have that opportunity, in your day-to-day life, sustain mindfulness, awareness. And that is be mindful of the law of karma, cause and effect. And to think that I will follow karma, I will develop love and compassion. I will never separate from this mind. All sentient beings are my parents. And then Milarepa had said, in that case, that is the instruction where if you are walking around, walking about, walking then becomes a circumambulation. For example, if you're walking around or you're driving in your car, you can imagine that all the Buddhas fill up the entire sky, and also all males are Chinresic and all females are Tara, and all beings possess Buddha nature. So you think that as you go about walking or driving around, that you're circumambulating those Buddhas, and at the same time you can recite some Om Mani Padme Hum mantras. When you encounter friends, other people, you are kind to them, practice love and compassion, and think that any expense is my generosity, not harming others is my morality, and in the face of difficulties and suffering, you bring to mind all the suffering of the world and think that my own suffering actually is quite small in comparison, and you will be able to accept your own suffering. And so in this way you practice generosity, morality, and patience, and these are the causes of taking birth in the higher realms. And then the next instruction is, Milarepa said, when eating and drinking becomes a feast offering, a Gana chakra. And that is when you eat and drink, you think that you're offering that to the deity and the guru, and you yourself are the deity, and your body is the mandala of the deity. And in that way, your eating of food becomes an offering to the mandala of deities. And so now in our body, for example, we speak about different kind of impure life forms like bacteria and so on. But according to the view of the secret mantra, when you give rise to bodhicitta, all of these little life forms are actually dakas and dakinis. So when you eat, it becomes a feast offering for them. And then the third instruction by Milarepa was that when you go to sleep, the instruction is to recognize the luminosity of the dream state. And even if you're not able to recognize this luminosity, as you fall asleep, you can sustain awareness and think of the Yidam deity like Chenrezig and recite a few Om Mani Padme Hum mantras. It is in any case very important to remember the deity, because if you are able to form a habit of that, then later after you have died, you will be able to remember the deity and the guru out of this habit. And if you're able to remember the deity, then in the second bardo, with certainty, 100% certainty, you will attain liberation. Falling asleep and dying actually are exactly the same. And therefore, now when we are alive and go to sleep, the moment you wake up from sleep, you should remember the deity. Because at that moment, you are at the basis of your mind, and as you wake up, all the imprints are awakened again. And instead of giving rise to those imprints, if you give rise to the clear vision of the deity, then all of these imprints and self-grasping will not arise. And if you habituate to this now, then also in the bardo, you will attain liberation. So whenever you wake up from sleeping, think of the deity and recite the mantra. In all your activities, sustain mindfulness and awareness and develop love and compassion. And in that way, whatever you do will become a virtuous practice. So if you practice generosity, morality, and patience, then even if you outwardly engage in samsaric activities, they all will become virtue, dharma practice. So that is an important instruction for all those who do not have the opportunity to go into retreat. So if you, in whatever you do, if you never separate from mindfulness, love, and compassion, then whatever you do becomes virtuous. And so that is the method, the instruction that is shown here.
생각 소남자 송내 고아지 요래 생각 소남디 소남사고 행사하지 소남사고 행사를 소남사고 계산이 습지 동해지 삼지 니게 생리 때로로 습지 삼지다 동해 통 주진의 고고 가서 오만 비면 홍대 많은 찡그나 룩습지 탐지를 잡고요 니게 생리 생고만 직진 감나다다 육과가 되니 들이 개두게 때 선전 토는 잡이도 마셔야 제타도 밥을 개두게 때 오 대선절 대바지는 들이라고 잡도는 찍로네 아들이 대바신이 메토드 파는 아들이 생각담들이 대담마도 다다 주섬들이 사지 삼들이 조밥하고 제요 말 그들 찍는 조밥하나 주섬지 사지를 조밥하고 송바리 웃어 팔려야 대해서 생사지 일에 생님마도 이 말에 대사고 가서 땀나다 계산만 보여 시간 작아서 치내야 되니 내가 손만 보여요 대서 말에
So here this term field, like peasants in the field, this term field here is very important. There's only two fields, two kind of fields. And that is the field towards whom we direct our merit. So there is the field of sentient beings, and there is the field, the higher field of the Buddhas and so on. So first there is the field of suffering sentient beings. They are your field of compassion. To them you cultivate compassion. So whenever you see or hear or think of the suffering of sentient beings, instantly recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And even just reciting one mantra with that mind will pervade all of the sentient beings in the 6 realms. And then the second field is the higher field, also the field of the Sangha. And actually anyone who has taken the refuge vow belongs to the division of the Sangha. And if you develop faith in the Sangha and just recite a single refuge prayer, the benefits are immense. So the Sangha, the higher fields, the higher beings are your field of faith. And if you offer only one flower to them, for example, it is like making an offering to all the Buddhas in the Pure Lands and all the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. There is no difference at all. And likewise, offering to a single Sangha is the same as making an offering to all the Buddhas of the 3 times. So there's only 2 fields. There is the field of our compassion and the field of faith. And the more seeds you can plant into those fields, the more crops or benefit will grow from that. Also, the larger your field, the better it is.
Lama mida dochanda song. Lama the giving subject Lama Shivatri Mengyang Dongchong Yore Benatang Java Tamchi Chiba the Tamchi Redini Arange Tungimian Cemetery Matamit Konoga Yore Lekavati Matamchi. The Kang is a lot of simply large, simply Tamchi, the change up changes of it. Carries in a drinky original. Tenike, Gavishini, Tenike, Septi, Tamcher, much of Potter, Seva Yores. Seva, you had a monoseptic with your Mardi. Seva, you were started this was just in Seva Gagayore. Benago, Chatanshime, Tonga, they get on a Seva, Dekhiore, Seva talk with any Tapamajana, Kotonga, Dekhiore, Besita, Seva, top the Hakore, the Retail Lama Gavishini, Tamchi, meet our Tilatini, Sancho, Santa Tona, the Sancho, Santa Gatini, Giva Serap, Tamchi, and Nekaptan Tori, doing his Tamchi 7 minutes was Sancho, the Lama Gavishini, Tokore. Trite Lamami Panagi, Givishini Tamchi song the Tapoya Poja, Gore, Givishini Ranataki Tang, Natalie, Rang over Povoyan Bay, Juma Togumari, you want to talk to Jumari, you want to Sancho song, the song, the Tapoja, 3 cents the Tapoja Gore, or somebody get the Lama Semirate, that was the Tapoja Gore.
Then it says, the guru is like medicine and nectar. Relying on him, one will win success. So that term guru, or in Tibetan it is lama. Actually, this term lama itself already shows the entire meaning of this, what a lama is. For example, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, even if we don't see him directly, those who are endowed with fortunate karmas, by only thinking of him, people feel happy. They love the Dalai Lama. So that is the first syllable, la, in the Lama. La is like the life force energy. He is like the life force energy of sentient beings. If you can bring him to mind, he's like a reminder. The Dalai Lama is like your life force energy, for example. So he's there and sentient beings think of him and they're happy. And that is the case for all spiritual teachers. For example, all of the teachers, they love all sentient beings like a mother loves her only child. And that is the second syllable, ma. Ma means mother in Tibetan. So they are the mothers of all sentient beings. And a sign of their love is that all sentient beings like them. They like to be around them. For example, if you have great love, then your cat and your dog also want to stay around you. Even if you don't use a leash to bind them, they still stay around. They want to be around you. So just like that, the spiritual teachers are like medicine. And what we need to get from them, the medicine that we need to get from them, is bodhicitta. And if you have that, bodhicitta is the only medicine that can clear away the suffering of the like temporary states of samsara. And you get it, you obtain this medicine from your spiritual teacher. And so therefore, when you rely on a teacher, you should really rely on that teacher's words, the teachings, and not that teacher's body as an individual. It is because we are filled with afflictive emotions, like we are heaps of afflictions. That is why we are only able to see the faults in others. We are unable to see the good qualities in others. And therefore, for us, it is important to keep in mind the words, to attend to the words of the teacher and the teacher's mind. And the mind is a mind of love and compassion. So that is the mind that we need to hold on to.
당책도 소원 갔던 자서 방송송 받는 전에다서 이 소원 갈시 받았다 망 산속 생전 노르들 집에 시락을 쏜 거래 가글 나거리들 시장 차도 대설들 랑거래 그렇지 바 오늘들이 오 며칠 가에서 조반 담이랑 통을 때려 코로나를 오 갈시지 코로데 랑 자래 랑 삽제 초라단 그래 그 학원 대시 봐요 그랬더니 송을 대시대 송고요래 너나 사족선대 송고요래 대송을 저도 봐요 말았더니 그 담청이 함시 좀 말해.
And next it says, discipline is like a watchman's tower. Observing it, one will attain accomplishment. So that is, again, speaking about the samaya of bodhicitta, which is like a precious jewel that you have. And with mindfulness, you must protect this precious jewel so you don't lose it. So how do you lose this precious jewel? You lose it when you get angry and when you get jealous and so on. But if you are mindful, then, for example, if you see another person doing bad things with the body, speech, or mind, then you would not get angry at them because you recognize the anger to be the actual enemy. You know that the anger will destroy your love. And in this way, with mindfulness and awareness, you will be able to protect that precious jewel of bodhicitta within you. So in brief, if you are mindful, then you will not transgress your samaya. Sumcho. Kama sumcho. We take a break for 30 minutes.
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum Shri. Be back at 4 o'clock.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani 레게 세븐 콜론라 domchon kinam panida so domba shibade tada 자와 사족점 도바서 그런 것도 남바데 얘네들 도타르도 도마리지는 도바 그래 르마 이 성불고 시제들한 것도 반바당 sabite 소살도 도마레 드니 디는 데 노바세 마당 토라 들랑 그 르마 이 성불고네 네바 요투 생계 탐제 피부사와 책박 탐지 저거 something 사족 something dom바해 다 dom바니지 탐지 지는 도요에 제외나 들다 이는 노바사와 삼년 마이바 그래 밤에 bak감들이 sem피는 아주 노바 소소로 대삼들이 샤과 제고래 대삼들 샤과 제네 다크요래 대 시연도 그 시제들이 sem피나 밤에 보고는 노바다나 대감들이 다 사족스럽도 망가는 거를 샤과도 사족스럽도 봐라 sem피 루땅가 자동성 또 탐지는 자 sem피 루땅아서 그렇게 강해야 되는 당연히 능해지를 라가 팽다라는 따진데 봐요가 별로 내 받는 거는 미지요 요 이제 마트에나 이제 당내 생기도 땅 짜서 오서 별로랑 놀러 주던요 라나 강에 매 아서 이제 강에 지는 통나 호텔 수랑 그 투고 세나메 받아 강토토로 빠체 제고 그러라는 내가 매일도 양 생사다 집에 제 조금만 게 뭐남자 대변에 변을 지금 남가를 호모와이네요 대로 공모 찍가마 찍대네요 네 치부가 흐요래 무슨 도저 바르들이 공모 자스나 다 대장이 다 대성상 대리마도 호모 담비를 까마 찍대는 생각고도 더 샘직대요 이런 게 동샘대 대게들이 하자 평용치 버리다 너는 동해진 담비라고 누가 동하고 하나 들어서 차나 대삼지라 들리지네서 조세 감직 담다로 되와서 그때만 무슨 얘기하고 왔지 만들 제리를 다들 누가 예송권에 섬지 동해지 돌아들이 그 샘대로 답을 주려고 오만 비면 내봐나 사지 민이라 내도 자나 사람이 그리마다 들어서 대 생물이 맞다나 들 사줘서 도망가 그거 말이 저 생물이 땅이 semji lutang ngata song to sa chu sem ba che shu de de ma da na de de pinsem ji wa sa de pinsem se la ke sang ta go yo re pinsem de ji ma de ko so la pen ge yo re go so la que zo che ji de lang la pen ba chen bo yo re so na ma ta go yo re de sa chu sem za ba dong a de ki che bo yo re 이 이랑게 소사를 보내도 말라는 가래나 이제 당시 한 랍상 시작같이 마주 시장지 내별도 받지 않나요 나가 이제 다 됐어 이제 송을 송을 나 직송을 되냐에 더송 오다 자와제나니 나시 냠송을 이제 선보대 소ገብ송 직세양 양자양데 들이 수고는 통고에나 녀마적 샤적 송설가송 대신들이 대상지 녀마사소라 그래서 배용사람들 맞아봐 토크요래 대기시 모요래
And then next it says the law of karma is like samsara's wheel. Whoever breaks it will suffer a great loss. Again, we're speaking about the breaking of the vows, the commitments. And now we are speaking here about the root vow of the bodhisattvas. And so once we have entered the Buddhist path, first when we take the vows of individual liberation, we first vow that I will never cause any harm toward any sentient being with my body, speech, and mind intentionally or knowingly. And then, so based on giving up harming others, then also we take the Bodhisattva vow, which is a wish to benefit others. And that is, we think, I will benefit others with my body, speech, and mind, all sentient beings that I encounter. So those two levels of vow are included here in this verse. And so now we have an intention to not cause any harm towards others. And often it is the case that we are not mindful, and we are unmindful, that we are making a mistake and we are causing harm towards self and other. And when that happens, it was not really intentionally because you have lost your mindfulness, but when that happens, you must confess and purify that harm that you have caused. So sometimes we don't want to cause any harm towards others, but we are unmindful, and then we transgress our Bodhisattva vow. And actually the root vow of the Bodhisattvas is to not ever forsake even a single sentient being. And when we forsake just a single sentient being, we have broken the root vow of the Bodhisattvas. So when you see another being that experiences suffering, you should want to help them if you can. So if you have the ability to help them, then you should, following your vow. For example, if there is a sick person and you have the medicine, then if you wouldn't give it to them, then you would actually transgress your root vow of the Bodhisattvas, of having given up a sentient being. Or for example, if you see someone that has some financial difficulties and you have some resources, you can afford to help them, and you still don't want to help them even though you see that they need your help, if you're stingy and holding back, then also you are transgressing that root vow of the Bodhisattvas. So you should try to benefit others according to your own capacities as well as you can. And of course, if you don't have anything, then you give to whatever extent you're able, but the point is to be free of stinginess. For example, if you walk on the street and you see a beggar asking for money, if you just give them $1, for example, then that actually is a great help to them. It creates great joy. And that is actually much more beneficial than giving like $100 to one of your friends. That is actually not that significant than actually giving just a little bit to someone who is actually in need. So if you give to someone who is in need and you have this wish to give, then that is where the great benefit is created. So it is then our vow to not forsake those who suffer and that we come across. For example, if you just give a spoonful of food to an animal, or you just have the aspiration to benefit others, you just dedicate, you pray for them, or you recite Om Mani Padme Hum mantra for them. Whatever you do with body, speech, and mind, it comes from the intention of, it should come from the intention of clearing away the suffering of sentient beings and helping them. And so with that aspiration to benefit them, you can recite the Mani mantra, or you can give medicine to a sick person, and so on. So the point is that it is the vow of the Bodhisattvas to never forsake any sentient being, be it an animal or a human or any being, from your mind. And giving up a single sentient being is the greatest transgression of a bodhisattva. So we need to benefit them as well as we can. And most important is to have the aspiration to benefit them. And that actually is your own greatest benefit, because you are accumulating merit. So the root vow of the Bodhisattvas is essential. And then regarding the vows of individual liberation, you can keep them according to your own abilities, and if you transgress them, then you can confess them, you regret, and then you vow to not again repeat this transgression. Actually, Lord Chikden Somgön had said that if you only keep a single vow, it becomes the cause of attaining nirvana as a result. So of the 4 root vows, you can just keep a single one, and then whichever of the other 3 you're able to keep. And you do that for however long you're able. For example, even if you're not able to keep that vow for a long time, if you just keep it for 1 single day, then the benefits are actually inconceivable.
Milarepa somebody Hovedera, support them to you, dogres. That's support the challenge of yourself, support Shuri Dogari, so bears some Tambo so little sauce, that Catsail, Pesha Catsail, that's a dandy cherry or a little pop bear, Mr. Compare Masonatini, Sayakashi on a little compare Masonatini, Diligently, Chado, Did she done the Chado, Sena. Sorry about God, this is Dandy, Diligently, Numobama was angry, support you do so. Bishar related to Dandy related to Sena related to Samotarati, the way you talk to Mada, support you do it, Lola to Una. The product of Mang Tele, something that the nigger on what Poland made of this. What have done made that come back to the Peshak Madame Taliban, Simibache, what made of grace. Naturally, you may go around the grace. Tell it, what the talk Semadras, when it is support you, the what made of the Samotana. Tell him, don't such a tattoo, support on a cherry or it. What up to the title of Kala talk from things that was called. That's what she or my theory. Tata don't have it to the Mount Parantally, the Jerry and Tilly, Doctor Shetam, Chado, Senari, Shetam, Yava, the Chado on top to get some tea over your the way Hovato Semadaso, nor to go was on the Semad, 7 agency by your river, then when it's not on a thing, when they read. And then
it says, samsara is like a poisonous thorn in the flesh. If not pulled out, the poison will increase and spread. So elsewhere also Milarepa explains the nature of samsara, and he says that the rich suffer from their possessions. So we think that people who are rich are actually happy, but in fact often they suffer even worse. They experience the suffering of having to create their wealth and then have to protect their wealth, and then they have to increase their wealth. So in the beginning, they face the difficulty of not being able to accumulate wealth. And then the more wealth they accumulate, the greater will be their self-grasping. The more money they have, the more self-grasping they will have. And then they face the difficulty of not being able to increase their wealth. For example, even if they have millions of dollars, they still suffer because they want to increase that money. And then in order to do so, they get jealous at other people, they get angry, they are stingy, greedy. And when they gain something, then they are pleased and self-grasping increases. And so in this way, they accumulate many afflictive emotions in their minds. So the rich suffer from their possessions. Actually, with each dollar, you gain one degree of self-grasping. And with each self-grasping thought, greed increases and it becomes the cause of suffering. And that is why it is like a poisonous thorn. So even the rich experience suffering. And then they also suffer from having to sustain their families, their children, husbands and wife, and so on. And there is only suffering. And then he said the poor suffer from their poverty. Then when you're poor, you feel, I have nothing. I have no house, I don't have enough money, I have to work day and night. So you suffer from your lack of possession. So Milarepa said both rich and poor are by nature, their nature is suffering. Samsara's nature is suffering, like a poisonous thorn. So we should think about these two, the rich and the poor. And of these two, who actually, in the end, experiences greater suffering? Actually, it is the rich who suffer even more, because the poor are more concerned with just getting their food for the day, and that is sufficient. They don't think in such vast, long range. And the rich, on the other hand, have a lot of more worries in their mind. And so now they experience suffering. They both suffer. And if they continue to create those causes, it will only be worse in the future. Then, as a result of greed, they take birth as hungry spirits. As a result of anger, they take birth in hell, and so forth. So that is the nature of samsara. So even though we might think that being rich equals happiness, actually there, within the mind of those people, there is an ongoing state of misery, of suffering. And if we actually think about it, we will conclude that this is how it actually is. So therefore, these words by Milarepa are very powerful.
초시지에 속고를 했어. 속고도 속고만 초시지 속고 초시 가르쳐 주고 되는 것은 레전드시나 당연히 몇종 같이 제나 소시 토고 왔대. 레그 토고요네 메타다 같이 토브라테 토고 요레스. 몇종 마제나야 토고 요레스. 라기게 톱 무거워도 몇종 같이 제가 토야요 말이지. 라게 체디 바로로 정무수나 사포데면은 트리테베랑 다 감성 뒤초데 레드베시나 따다 소스카리 톱는 같이 톱나 랑그 토타 노르카리오 레가 톱데 요리 따지다 뭐야 자들은 저 사람들이 촉시 요리 레드베시나 그 탐지는 지단잖아요 다 배치시 봐 레드베시 봐라서 그 요리 레드베시나 저번에 저걸 해서 그래서 오늘은 요 말이야.
And so what we need to practice is contentment. It is that the one who is content is the richest, the actual rich person, and not those who possess various resources. And so how can we develop that contentment? It comes from understanding karma. If you understand karma, you know that if you have the karma to obtain something, then you will obtain it, whether you are making an effort or not. So even if you don't make an effort at all, if you have the karma to gain something, you will naturally gain that. And if you do not have the karma to gain something, then even if you make the greatest effort, you will not get it. So it all depends on the merit that we have accumulated in previous lives. And knowing that, understanding karma, you would feel content with whatever comes your way. whether it is whatever job you get or companion you meet or however much wealth you have, you understand that this is what I have received due to my karma. And whatever it is sufficient. You would feel content. So if you understand karma, from understanding karma, contentment will arise. And being content with whatever you have, you will naturally be able to remain happy in this life. And then it says, the coming of death is like the shadow of a dream at sunset. It runs fast and none can halt it. When that time arrives, what else can help you, but the Holy Dharma? So these words are quite straightforward, but in brief, now when a time of death has come, there's nothing that can prevent dying. Whether you are a powerful king or a poor beggar, no one can prevent death. And when the time has come, then you have no choice but to follow the karma that you have accumulated, that you have created. And it says the only thing that will be of any help at that time is the Holy Dharma. And the Dharma at that time is of benefit because through the Dharma you have understood karma. So therefore, you have cultivated love and compassion. You have developed a wish to benefit sentient beings. And if you have such a state of mind, then naturally, the natural projection of love will be an appearance of everything will appear in a friendly way. Everyone will appear as a friend. When we dream, actually in our dreams, the imprints in our mind arise and manifest. So if you are having a bad dream, then that is the manifestation of your own afflictive emotions. Or when you're afraid, that is the manifestation of self-grasping. And being in a state of self-grasping and afflictive emotions, everything that appears will appear as an enemy or some kind of harm, something that will harm you. And on the other hand, those who have great love in their hearts, they have more pleasant dreams because the dream is a reflection of their own mind. So actually you can see what is in your mind by looking at your dreams. And similarly later, what is in your mind will become manifest. So if there is bodhicitta, then it will naturally manifest as the Pure Lands like Garchen and so on. These Pure Lands are the natural manifestation of love. So that is at the time of death that will actually be of any help. It is love and compassion. It is love that will protect you.
수톱자와 담배추는 동심에서 코브천탑 독리지라 합톱스에서 답변이 됐다면 삼바당 인지 조발라서 봐서지라 수정제 기초가 저거 말이지 단지에서 될 시당다 차도 될들이 이 합답자가 요래지 이 남지들 누저들 대한도 요래지 누저들 동해가 좋거나 좋고 요래지 이 semki 몽바송 들이대 위에서 좀들로 몽바송 대소바래지.
Then next it says, though Dharma is the fount of victory, those who aspire to it are rare. Scores of men are tangled in the miseries of samsara. Into this misfortune born, they strive by plunder and theft for gain. So the Dharma, the fount of victory, is what we mentioned: love, compassion, patience, and so on. But no one considers these qualities as precious, but rather people cling to a self, and with that mind they give rise to anger and jealousy and so on. And being in the grip of these, they are tangled in the miseries of samsara. And tangled because what they really want actually is to be happy. But what they are striving after, what they really do, is only create more suffering. And so that is why we say sentient beings are blinded, like in darkness. They are ignorant of the workings of karma.
칼라마모사 이코코레 동네 소리야미 토크요 말에 레드브리시요레 용다 가장 맞게서 주죠. 돈을 사마다 이제 다 보여고
And then next it says, he who talks on Dharma with elation is inspired. So who is like that? For example, like me, that's somebody like me. And then when a task is set in him, he's wrecked and lost. So then what happens to me? Then what I want is, what I really want to do is to sleep, and I want to eat a lot of food. And I don't want to practice, even though I do understand karma. So that is what we are talking about here. And so it says, dear patrons, do not talk too much, but practice the holy Dharma. So in other words, cultivate and protect love and compassion. So then now we are going back in our book, back to page 5, the song on impermanence. The time has come to practice on page 5. So it says, hearken, huntsman, though the thunder crashes, it is but empty sound. Though the rainbow is richly colored, it soon will fade away. The pleasures of this world are like dream visions. Though you enjoy them, they are the source of sin. Though all we see may seem to be eternal, it soon will fall to pieces and will disappear. So this verse is saying that there is no essence in striving after the concerns of this life, like fame and so forth, and all the happiness of this life. The happiness of this life is like a dewdrop on a blade of grass. This life is like a dream, like the dream of a single night. And in the past, before we have taken on this body, we were in the bardo as a bardo consciousness, about to take birth, having left behind the old body, finding a new body. And as a result of having previously accumulated some karma with love and compassion, we enter the womb of our mother, of those parents with whom we have a karmic connection. And the moment the consciousness enters the womb, it is like falling asleep. The one night sleep of this life begins, and we wake up in the dream of this life, this human world. And to our perception, it might seem that you live, for example, 100 years, and we think that this is a long life, we lived a long life. But after you have died and you come to the bardo, the perception is not like many years have passed at all. The perception is just like waking up from last night's dream, last night's sleep. So there's no perception of so many years of this whole life has passed. It is just like a feeling of, oh, last night I had this dream and now I wake up. And now you wake up in the bardo of becoming.
도용 대화체야 덮어줘서 네 자다 이제 띵 감나 기왕 한마디 사람이 짐바타 처참 zro바스는 티네 놀러 주요바 르나 사메바 로상보요바 니스티 메디와디 망보요레 체르마 로주요바 그 강에서 섬었다는 오지야 마마 라게 저바스를 조바스는 티네 상한테 총로와레스 그 강에서 세와레서 레주베시나 다서 마음과 나타도거나 다다 레주베시베 다다는 저바동 추천성 조바공 사바다 이제 광고요레스 테마전 레주베 마시나 망시가다 다가 되한다도 다직티 하는 데요. 저 소속을 배우치가 이제 로동치가 이제 톱 songs 다 치우는 의미 고고 말이지. 레드리 맛이 수남 이진도는 서로 수남 마스다나더니 수남데 데이터를 저도요. 최대적으로 서로 수남다나 디수남데 즉 메인이 새로워래. 제 수남데 비저데 다다 레드리 맛이가 차대요. 대치 맛이나 대치 맛이나 진 남제 마음에도 좋잖아. 들이 마음 바로 다다 갈사로 때 다다 시당 차도다. 대지 매방 가제용 거. 가제용 것들이 봐요. 봐면들이 이놈 먹어서 대 좋고요 말. 산이 있잖아. 들이 너무 대화치야 듣고 주스. 다다 주지 보여 가지고 맛이 선들이 semne yomo ba jang sakyo re so.
So it says, though you enjoy them, they are the source of sin. So now, as a result of having practiced in previous lives, having practiced some generosity, morality, and patience, now in this life you might find yourself with wealth and being free of illness and having good companions, having a long lifespan, and so on. There's many people in this world who are doing very well, who are very happy. And that arises from their actions of generosity, morality, and patience created in previous lives. And all of these actions really arise from love. So if you understand karma, you will think, if I want to experience happiness again in the future, then through knowing karma, I must now practice generosity, morality, and patience. I must cultivate love and compassion. If you do not do that, if you do not understand karma, like most people, all they really care about is their happiness now in this life, in this world. And when they find happiness, they credit their own efforts with that. They think that it's because I worked very hard, it's because I studied, so I deserve to have all of these pleasures. So that is because they think this way because they don't understand karma and how we accumulate merit. And so if we accumulate merit without the wish to benefit others and only being concerned about the benefit of this life ourselves, the merit will still ripen, but only one single time, and then it will come to an end. So that is the fault of not understanding karma. That kind of merit arises, but it is quickly extinguished, just like the flame in a butter lamp when the oil comes to an end. So then we continue, however, to create causes of suffering for the future. Right now, as we indulge in those pleasures, we also we cultivate more and more thoughts of anger and jealousy, and there is an ongoing state of pride. And because we are so prideful, we are unmindful. And because we are unmindful, we develop many afflictive emotions. And we don't even recognize it because we are unmindful. But then later, after we have died, that will be our ruin. So now in this lifetime, we experience some well-being, but all we do with this life then is use it to accumulate only more afflictive emotions.
Zabelede lot tama bo yona lot tama bo tuna da wore zabelede jutan thod ro yore meta choi jig ro yore ta jig ni ye patang kan log tholo yore kijik kijik gang thod ro yore beha ho yo mari tina tata na pisimti ta kijik kijik bata pare ingen chebe ba pero sajerno o me khajise do te shado se te me che yo me va da te lo tswa mare mune sangotana nyensi parme lo sokhyore dongyore ta misu de pathame ba phase kyore churchi de pathame ba cheyore ta tungye pena so chom jabane thopa sajo du ko ma hina te ra ji te ta che kholo na ki te churchi war te na ji cheyore Mosmana Yichiri, Panchora, Hotobana Yichiri, Tihakona, no, there is no chicken of this and Mataba, Jani Hako to Mata, a party in the Zabali to Takbari, some the Takayo Mareso.
Then it says, though all we see may seem to be eternal, it soon will fall to pieces and will disappear. So this world is a compound and therefore impermanent. So to us, to our perception, it appears that I am going to die, but this world will still be here after I have died, because it is so, it remains for so long, it remains for millions and billions of years. That is how we think about it. But actually, even if it remains for that many years, this perception of time is also a confused perception. And in any case, in the end, finally, it will be destroyed by fire and water, and then dispersed by the wind into the empty space in just an instant. But that is something that we cannot understand. That is the impermanence of the outer world. And then also, the inner sentient beings are impermanent, and moment by moment, sentient beings are dying and are taking birth. But that is also not so clear to us. Often it is just when we hear the news and we hear that so and so many people have been killed that we think, oh, today all those people have died. But we are not really aware of the fact that beings are actually killed and are dying uninterruptedly all the time. Also when there is no news about that. Actually, continuously, day and night, uninterruptedly, beings are being killed and they die. And likewise, every moment, continuously, beings are being born. So beings die in this world in wars, and there's earthquakes and so on, like a wheel turning continuously. This wheel of birth and death is ever turning. So if you understand that, then you will finally be able to understand the impermanence of the outer universe and the inner sentient beings. Otherwise, if you just look at it without reflection, it may seem that this world, this universe, is permanent, will always be there.
같이 미사는 셔도고 같이 세사는 셔도고 된 책임이 매일 뒤는 송고요
So then it says, yesterday perhaps one had enough or more, today it is all gone and nothing is left. Last year one was alive, this year one dies. So that is actually quite straightforward. It doesn't require much explanation. The same meaning as before, everything is impermanent. Even though we think that things will always last, actually they're always changing. And they are changing by the force of karma, by the force of prior karmas and momentary conditions that arise. And then it says, good food turns out to be poisonous and the beloved companion turns into a foe. So even medicinal substances in this world that are to sustain the life may lead to our death. Even medicine can lead to death, or even food can lead to death.
라 조조 뭐들 이야기 장아야 대삼시디 뭐질래 찾기 나봐 나서로 되네 다다다세 삼지 라니 소중한 수마티 양당양도 주인 거래 들이 망보요래 주인 장바데 초라 자는 거야 이 말이 다다 코소자 당나양 라그지 지바이 다 뒤지르다 가려 주바고 또 그런 가르치는 게 그런 저봤던 레레도 그런 저왔던 것 같아. 다그 지지발 정을 달을 드라지 따와서 내지 따빠빠라 말이도 뭐지 레라지는 찾기는 미리잖아. 들고가 다다지 따그래. 그 다다다 내지 세담지는 독도로 그래. 이냐 자마 잡거나 자마를 차로 빼대들 치는 거 줘갖고는 치는 거 쓰는데 야 패리 쳐들이 당부 점수는 뒤들 수업하서는 들이야 페르소는 페키오래 징이라도 체르도 나 하자같이 보여래 또다 대비 망보여래 참아대 말아 망보랑 왔다 되도 차송 또 보상보고 듣고 땅송 밤에 듣고 땅송 대탐지 따와나 돼야 말이 가시 그 파마게 듣고 땅 소리 대응을 고발에 파마게 듣고 땅 파마게 주 고바자 마타바들이 지성 계열에 야 대마지는 파마게라고 하면 주 주고를 수하되 파마가 정신이나 파마가 정신은 처음 팽기요래 맞아 파마는 강에 팽기요래 파마는 노샘선을 랑라고 요래 대대로 포 파미가 그냥 답고 맞잖아 아마 주고가 답고 저가 밀리지 바투지 상태로 사는 시스템을 위주로 저러 그래 너는 저런 쓰는 거나 내가 삼바다 니지지네 삼바다 니지스는 저러 다샘들이 똑똑똑똑 요래 열니 뭐지 파마 그것이 또 화장실 같이 못해서 저로 공소지나 이 자주르니 받치 보여래 사족스럽게 동반은 갈리마세 시아바 시아제 매가 통는 정도 요래 날매 발로 요래 제가는 세상지 제담 토라 따다부터니 속은 나와 찾게 요래 세상들 넘다 버리 들이 냐와도 주메다 넘때 마세 파트티 동에 연구를 하정들이 잡는 동로 세상도 차도로 잡고 그래
And then the next line, and the beloved companion turns into a foe. And so there is an important point to be made about this too. For example, it often happens that a parent, for example, cares for their children, or you care for your friend, your good friend. And then something happens due to previous karmas and various momentary, temporary conditions that this person suddenly regards you as an enemy. So here again, we should practice just according to the 37 Bodhisattva practices. It is important to bring this to mind, these verses to mind again and again. In that way, if you're able to remember their kindness and sustain love, then you will not become lost. Otherwise, if you get angry, it will lead to your own ruin. So even if the other person is angry at you and they see you as an enemy, on your part, you should think that I have to practice patience. It doesn't matter what he does, and whatever I have done for him is my generosity. And it is just due to the force of karma that he is changing. And now he sees me like an enemy. But in the 37 practices, it says that those for whom you have cared as lovingly as your own child regard you as an enemy, then you should see them like a mother sees a sick child. And see that this happens due to past karmas and temporary conditions. That is why he now all of a sudden sees me like an enemy. But if you get angry at the other person, it will only get worse. It is just like then you become like two clay pots, and both pots will break. But if you're able to practice patience, your merit will increase. First, the merit of your generosity increases, and then the merit of your patience increases. So that is how we take the negative condition as the path. We practice with the negative condition, and that is extremely important. So there are many examples about that, and often people come to me and report, and they say, for example, my friend is treating me so bad, or my parents have treated me so bad. So actually you should not think in this way at all. And especially those who say that my parents have treated me so badly, actually that is quite a foolish view. Because even if they have treated you wrongly, up until the time you were able to walk on your own, the parents still raised you and they cared for you. And also they have given birth to you and they carried you in their womb. So it is important to remember the kindness of the parents, and that actually is to your own advantage. It is not really to your parents' advantage. But if you have a wish to harm them, if you bear these negative thoughts about your parents, in the end, it will lead to your own downfall. And even if your parents have not raised you at all, still you can think that my mother has carried me in her womb, and my parents have given me a precious human body. I'm very grateful for that. And if you think in this way, you are creating a cause of merit. So if you wish to create merit, you need to develop love and compassion. Otherwise, if you cannot develop love and compassion, it will only get worse. And that is especially important towards certain individuals, especially when it is directed towards our parents or our teachers or a friend that we have loved very much. It is actually said if we treat them badly, then this negative act will multiply by 100 times. And also we are transgressing our bodhisattva vow. And if it is directed towards these special individuals, it is impossible to even purify through confession. And it will lead to birth in the lower states of hells. Therefore, as a result of that, and the perception, the appearances of the lower realms will become manifest. So the hell realm is like the fire flame, and the anger that has led to that is the oil. And until the oil is exhausted, you are bound to experience the suffering of hells. So for this reason, it is extremely important to be very careful when it comes to acting on anger and jealousy.
밤송 라송대다 초라당송대 데려오라고 진짜는 제야용매 소리 생다바 고마로 속사지는 말이 mel라 피바다나 가래드나 라고 저 피다 약간 제베티 들 초로 수바 패서 저바가 피용들 저발들 수바 오래 따지리 따뜻다 초라 자는 거야 말이 대slokori 용화지 오래 되는 거같이야 말 되는 요바지라 되니 라도요에 게타제베 저제서 게타제베 저저 요한원한테 옹에다 때로 제와이 되시니라도라 양 게타제서 세도 게타 모아 맞지는 세야 게타 시바에 sab지를 고고요래 디지털 컨트롤하는 들이 컨트롤해서 sab지 몇 봤던 거래 게타 탑지 로봇들이 저 사회 세상에 배나 세상 까버스ապ 개와나 컨트롤적인 조발치에서 때 게타스가 삼지에 봤다 돼요. 게타스가 삼지에 semna 제 컨트롤 조절의 성들이 컨트롤 때문에 대밤이 조바다 같은데 대밤 최초의 세상에서 제 자체의 삼지에 때 처음에 내린 것들이 semna 정보에 dar shedang thame jol samjil thapa me sane dechila tinda de jopa mambo to pisina de lambi yo o ge to de be da boyo ko jap ben khaji onge khoso di to bu bayar ya lang pe ro pa ja ta khoso khaya cheme do de ro pi da jar de chora zawane yo mare ke semna de jo ki chego yo het.
So many people struggle with that. Often people ask me questions. For example, somebody had said that I've served this Lama, I've helped him so much, but now he doesn't take care of me. So now they feel like they are ruined and they're all lost. But you shouldn't think in that way. Actually, whatever you have done for higher beings to accumulate merit, whatever service or whatever benefit you have given to ordinary people, beings, the fruition of that will never become spoiled. So by practicing patience, you are increasing the benefits of your generosity and so on. So in order to proliferate, increase the benefits of having practiced generosity and so on, you need to be able to practice patience. Then nothing can destroy the virtue you have created. And that is why we always say it is so important to dedicate our roots of virtue and not to regret the good things you have done. If you are unable to practice patience and you regret, then you will lose out in the end. There is 4 causes that lead to the destruction of your roots of virtue. For example, one is that you feel prideful, arrogant about what you did, and you maybe boast about it. I did these great things. Another cause that destroys your virtue, is to not dedicate at all. And the greatest harm to your roots of virtue is anger. And that is because what we call virtue is nothing else but love. And when you get angry, you're losing your love. So anger destroys love. That is how anger destroys all roots of virtue. It is said that a moment of anger destroys the virtues accumulated in many aeons. So that is actually, in that quote, is a sign that what we refer to with root of virtue is nothing else but love. Love is destroyed when anger arises. Therefore, it is also said that the greatest evil is anger, and the greatest practice of austerity, the best practice, is patience. So the greatest, the worst of the negativities that we can develop is that of anger. And the most precious quality is love. And so that is something that you all really have to keep very clear in your mind and make an effort to practice. Your worst enemy is your own anger, and your best friend is your own love. Now, often people, for example, also say that now I have taken care of my friend and now he's not appreciating it. For example, I have helped someone come over here from Nepal or India, and now that he's here, he just dumps me or doesn't appreciate me. So you shouldn't think in this way, because the benefit that you have created is never wasted. So that is a very important point to always remember.
Gobjathana gojek chidin gob jauna ta chok rang giwa dog gore chok rang de pati rang sha gore sa somo jero ka ti sa de den ta tamje no ni je ro jo ne kare je na de na sa chi pa re ti no ni da ro je na ta chang ra ni de ben zanyo ma sa de ni rag giwa chen de ma nyob la phen giwa re dona 코 다치 추치지 다코 만도 자탕을 주시고 그 조모를 보고 탑지라 그 자시거든 대기를 다 고속에 세sor게 그 님정 총총제를 나로 그래 다다 님정 때다 길이 대야송 들고 생속 님정 최고지사를 들고 라 그뭐 대면을 봐 다치 처음은 좀 보고 다다랑 추치에 되더니 가요래더니 때문에 거기 당원말라리 바는 따자지지라 좁대 좀 따자로 좁 나저리 척 파브레지 때문에 그만 보서 우리 지나간 남사라나 근데 따지도 약고요래지.
So then the next verses, harsh words and complaints, requite goodwill and gratitude. Your sins hurt no one but yourself. Among 100 heads, you value most your own. So those 4 lines are basically same in meaning. And so that song was actually given to the huntsman, the hunter Gombo Dorje. And in the beginning, this hunter would make his living by killing many wild animals in the mountains to also provide for his family. But what Milarepa is saying here, you're the one who is killing those animals, so your sins will only hurt yourself. You're the one who takes the sin from that. And among 100 heads, you value most your own. And so that is, now when you practice virtue, after you've practiced virtue and you still engage in negative actions, you must confess them. And so whatever you do, you consider yourself as most important, whether it is the illness or any kind of other benefit in your worldly life, in your family life, and so on. Because here, the point is that here at this point, the hunter Gombo Dorje actually he developed some renunciation, and he did want to practice, but he first wanted to discuss this with his wife. So he told Milarepa that he really wants to practice, but first he needs to ask his wife. But then Milarepa knew that if he were to go home and discuss with his wife, she would only be worried and then prevent him from going out to practice. And he was certain that if he were to go home, he would lose the little renunciation that he had developed. So in order for him to keep that little renunciation that has arisen, Milarepa advised him not to go. And he said, you should practice the Dharma right now, right here. And so actually this is quite a long story with the hunter, Gombo Dorje. In the beginning, actually, when they first met, the hunter was actually also throwing arrows at Milarepa, but he could not defeat Milarepa. So there's a long, really excellent story actually about their meeting that you can also find in Milarepa's life story. So then the time has come for you to help yourself. So as you mentioned before, that is impermanence. The timing of our death is uncertain, and the causes that can lead to our death are many. So we already mentioned that before. So therefore now is the time for you to help yourself in practice.
안들 고지 요래 쳤다가 세위니다다 삼지가 페인 라고 요래 이거는 어디다가 당대전집에 삼지세게 그냥 누바요래 대회 강해지나 베라 사소는 메시지나 데라 하저 신바 친레 데라더니 쇼 대트이네 그때 동해지나 그래서 납치가 손내들이 땅가 돈다는데 동해도 송보시 받쳐 보여래. 그리 만 코바라가 천탑에 시 받지나. 그리 냉일이 리저스 발라서 వచ్చేవాళ్ళు 요래 갑텔라. 이 대지성이 서로 동도래. 데르티네 제와들 고초지서 지라고 제스티로 말서 와서 진내서 와서 대답을 해 봤더니 제와티 냠들 플라트 지네 다 탑체 대답 다들 팔 땅대로 되고 요래 대체들아요 따뜻하 고마서 제답을지나 어따주 주제야 뭐 소목의 시간이 담으라시나 땅안에 왔는 솔로서 땅이 참 답답고 자고도 다른 뭐지가 주제에서 말이라 그래. 제가 대체 추스서사면 这边已经扩完平的了，我的新巴这个这玩意儿，这玩意儿新巴大地上这位新巴这个这里扩了清楚有的，这玩意儿弄不来。你这是什么个？我话用电种的就着来是，他这玩用电的，人家平时人这话这里，他种的就着这里新茶进来，说他爸没他爸，茶用过要的，这个我话呢种用电的就着要的，用电种的就着要的是。
And then it says, life flees fast, soon death will knock upon your door. It is foolish, therefore, one's devotion to postpone. So that is also as an important point to be made here too. So there's people that we love and that we want to benefit. For example, when somebody has died, we always speak about wanting to benefit them. But then that kind of love also often is mixed with self-grasping, with attachment. And that kind of love is actually can also cause a lot of harm. When a person has died, for example, you have a lot of attachment to them. Then you keep thinking about the deceased person, you're attached to them and you suffer. And then the consciousness of the deceased person recognizes your suffering, and then their attachment arises to you who is left behind. And in that way, they are bound in samsara, by the fetters of samsara, and are prevented from attaining liberation. And as a result, due to this attachment, then often the consciousness takes birth as like a little creature, like an animal that inhabits the body that was left behind, or any kind of like other suffering creature in the environment where one has died. And then after that, they will fall into the 3 lower realms. So if you love them, rather you should think about the 3 jewels and supplicate to Tara or Chinrizik. So together with your love, you should recall the deity. And for the sake of them attaining liberation, therefore, you should give up self-grasping, your attachment. Even in this life, even if it's not someone who has died, often people come to lament and complain, and they said, Rinpoche, please help. Can we postpone like death, or the people are dying of like starvation and so on, and so there's a lot of suffering. But then there's nothing that we can do to postpone. And what happens is that there is love, but the love is mixed with self-grasping, and there is attachment. And it is that attached love, this love that is mixed with attachment, that keeps us bound to samsara. And that kind of love is actually very harmful. And so this is how we, in samsara, how we transform a good quality into a bad quality. So love is actually a good quality, but because we are attached, we cling, we turn it into a bad quality. And then the person who has died, for example, can never attain liberation. So this is how in samsara we turn good things into bad things.
Lama simba tila paas, tsen dela samari jis, tamchi seba tila paas. The lama sina, legend de logu yores, legend de ha koso sara tsen dela. Oh, ta karen chivo de kala lonjo pusam sopa de chivo, te rawa ti te mares. Dungi yuna dungi devari jotagu yore. Tse pena dewa ga jo sambada nje yebe te doctor mang para dewa ga jo sambada nje yeba ha ko te ta po jamne tata ga dunge do tata dunge tamje ge ra ga takwa ta ko ha ko tata dunge tani ge ju ba thopne dunge ga jo nyu mo yebe te pak thopne te mang ko dunge ge jo pak thop yo le jo de shina te 담배 출연 채나 좀 용진의 곁에 dari kongni kowa ke yongti juli jodore samche juli jodore samche ke kowa pinan to hat tata tabe chura tini dungi ke devala jod to hat tatuk te sanchok semri jod tatuk nekap thori ke dewa jamache ba tawada tatuk sanje ke kompang sabat semi ba nije semi ba chile teri tatuk sanje ke kompang thokdore sanje siba kare da jinji lo tamti samne te da de yin pingo sambi lo teri sabat jachewa teri sabat semi ba at sabat semi ba de chile teri semi nam ke ka chap senji ke chap senji ba chap le nong dori ke chap tere teri la sabat ke chap te sabat senji dong so teri ni chap de teri te ga rang teri 차로로 도도 되셔는 잡지 쳐도 좀 와차오리 들이 선데 동반남 그때 들이 잡지와 잡지배 들이 사초서 빌리오 바 쳐배 들어서 봐 남카타고 곰 잡초도 곰 들어서 봐 세분내로 됐다 선데 남카타고 잡초다고 차로 요래 대외들이 대하고들이 세스마 내가 토리다 다속 사지고 막 토를 세스마 대해서 제대로 진이 남대 철도 배동이요 말해서
So then it says to strive for happiness hereafter is more important than to seek it now. The time has come for you to rely on a guru. The time has come to practice Dharma. So the time has come to rely on a guru. That is, when you rely on a guru, the guru teaches you karma, cause and effect. And if you understand that, then you will find happiness now and in future lives. And so here we are not necessarily speaking about not just being happy and having a lot of food and enjoyment and pleasures and so on, but actually it is the ability to transform suffering into happiness and negative circumstance into a positive circumstance. And that is if you recognize that the only cause of happiness is love and compassion. If you know that, then you will know that if I wish to be happy in the future, I need to develop love and compassion. I need to sustain it. And if I experience suffering now, that purifies my negative karma. So you develop a patient acceptance. You are able to abandon the afflictive emotions, knowing that they are the actual causes of suffering. And so you will avoid more suffering in the future. That is now through understanding karma. So having encountered the holy Dharma will enable you to transform bad qualities into good qualities. And as we mentioned before, samsaric beings do it the other way around. They transform good qualities into bad qualities. For example, the good quality of love becomes a cause of samsara. So through the holy Dharma, we can transform suffering into happiness. And that is through bodhicitta. If you develop bodhicitta, you will temporarily experience the happiness of birth in the higher realms continuously, and ultimately you will attain the state of enlightenment. So if you develop immeasurable love and immeasurable compassion, ultimately they serve as the cause to attain the state of enlightenment. And so what is enlightenment? The term in Tibetan is sangye, and sang means to awaken or to clear away. And what is cleared away is the self-cherishing mind. It is cleared away by wishing for the benefit of others, by cultivating immeasurable love. When the mind is vast, it becomes all-pervasive like space. Sentient beings pervade wherever space pervades. And wherever there are sentient beings, there is suffering and karma. And to that extent, wherever there is suffering and karma, your love pervades. And in that way, with that vast mind, the ice block of self-grasping will melt and merge to be one with the ocean water. So your mind becomes very vast when you attain enlightenment. Therefore, we are instructed you should meditate on your mind like an ocean or like the sky. So practicing in this way, then you create the causes for happiness in future lifetimes by taking birth in the higher realms and ultimately by attaining enlightenment. And right now, you will not experience suffering because you will be able to take negative circumstances as the path. Please turn to page 157 in the prayer book. Huh? Is that 157? I need the microphone. 157.
You get law,
157 is English. Dorjenjang, Teloba, Naroba, Marba, Milarepa, Dharma, Lord Gamboba, Pamotroba, Lord Digomba, please bestow upon us most auspicious blessing of all the Kaju Lamas. By this virtue, may I achieve omniscience. By defeating all enemies, confusion, may all who travel on the waves of birth, old age, sickness, and death cross the ocean of samsara. Bodhicitta, the excellent and the precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise, where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. I pray that the Lama may have a good health. I pray that the Lama may have a long life. I pray that your Dharma activities suffer far and wide. I pray that I may not be separate from you. As Manjushri, the very realized the automic state, and as did Samantabhadra, I will follow in the path and fully dedicate all the merit for all sentient beings. By the blessing of the Buddha who attained the three kayas, by the blessing of the truth of the unchanging Dharma as such, by the blessing of the invisible Sangha, order may the merit I shall bear fruit. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate rule of virtue, may I and all sentient beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious. May the teachings of great Gompa Ranashiri, who is omniscient, Lord of Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until end of the samsara. For this realm circled by snow-covered mountains, you are the source of very benefit and bliss without exception. Tenzin Jamso, you who are one with our Lokeshwara, may you remain satisfied until samsara's end. Embodiment of the three precious jewels, Pemapana, who holds the teaching of the victorious one, seeing the all goodness, meaning with the wisdom eye. May you who are the spontaneously established activity, living long for hundreds of kalpas. Noble Manjushri, the Lord of Speech, who manifests to hold the teaching of the Tepi Gem, who rises the lamp of the sage's teachings. May you who are the light of the Dharma, living long for hundreds of kalpas. Next page. The one knows in the Holy Lands is Ayandeva, emanated into the gargling of Tibet as Chidengpa, the heart son of Jigten Songo. May the life of glorious Garchen remain satisfied for hundreds eons. May the life of face hardships through this powerful Vajra-like conduct. he takes on himself the heavy responsibility of the Amrit's teaching, making Garchen the son of the teaching living long. We do the Tibetan, that one. Page 161 at the bottom of the Garchen Rinpoche's long life, Tibetan. Pabe yorna arya dewa shi dogam so sangar jeresadur jeden gombe doze jeden ba parden garjin kse Jarde, Ninde Jarde, Nyaite, Negamde, Todo Dorje, Tave, Dorjoji, Reme, Dembe, Gorje, Dagye, Dembe. Now we go to the Amitabha's short prayer. It's I think 70, maybe page 70. Short one, Amitabha. 70, could be 70. Yeah, 70, yes. Ma o ngom zar sanje na wa da ye se jo do je bo dang yon de san ban de jin do na la sanje san sen ba
thank you. Thank you.
Me pen home. Money pen. Hello. 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 Money pen me. Hello. No, not one. Me. Attention to everyone. I don't know what's. Attention, everyone. Tomorrow we cannot park the car in the church because tomorrow that's service day. So tomorrow we're trying to squeeze all cars as possible in the parking lot behind us. And also we also have the Fairfax Water Park Authority. I believe one block down at 123. They also offer parking for us. But we're trying to our best to park in the car behind our lot and also in the front. And as well as the park authority down the block. So otherwise, people will have to park on the Zion Drive. So do not park the car in the church tomorrow because they have a service day. Sunday, the service day. So just for your attention, they graciously offer to park Friday and Saturday in the next 2 weekend retreat. But Sunday is their service day. So, yeah, otherwise, I will see some of you in the restaurant, the dinner, XO Taste by 7 o'clock. I think the dinner is served by 7. So see you all. Hello?
Oh, turn that off. Somebody turn that off. Oh, I said they unplugged it.
Oh, somebody unplugged it. No wonder. Okay.
Dạ,